infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the NintenByte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the NintenByte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the NintenByte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power. Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, Gamer. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, NintenByte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Prime. Oh baby.
I'm ThunderStash.
I'm Gamebird Classic.
NintenByte rules.
Let's rock.
Hey everyone, welcome to the NintenByte Podcast Season 3, Episode 40. Before we do anything else, you might notice a core member of the team is not here. Unfortunately, I have the I don't want to say it's a privilege because it's actually kind of sad news. Gamebird is not here tonight because his grandfather is currently in the process of passing away on hospice. And he obviously, and we encouraged him to go spend, much time that you can with him before he passes away. So if you can keep Gamebird, Cameron and Ricky, his wife, in your thoughts and prayers as they deal with this difficult time when they're about to lose someone very important to them. So that is why he's not here today. But we were able to rope in Andres Restart to replace. How's it going, buddy? Welcome.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I wanted to make sure I didn't remute myself for like the third time. Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah.
Yeah. Welcome, buddy.
Yeah, man. I'm sad Cameron couldn't be here, but maybe I'll show up a little bit more often.
Yeah, I know. It'd be nice to get you on when he's actually here. Scott for Alyssa.
Hey guys, excited to be here as always. Thanks for having me again.
I'm almost more excited for the show to end. you guys don't even know what we're talking about. It's private information. Then we got the Spice Lord himself, Eric Moore.
Hello.
Clean shaved Spice Lord.
Yeah.
Baby face Spice Lord.
Yeah, right.
Haircut.
I knew you looked different again.
Yeah, see, he's almost trying to look handsome again.
That's funny.
Oh, that's awesome. And then we have the ThunderStash Gaming here.
Hello. Happy to be here. Lots of great stuff to talk about this week.
Yeah, I think there's a reason the Mario shirt's on.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah. We got interesting conversations today talking about some 3D Mario stuff here. Guys, I'm Nintendo Prime. If you don't know who I am, I cover a bunch of news. And I'm, I use the word leak instead of rumor, so half the internet hates me. But you know what? Let's go ahead and get into. I mean, look, guys, you saw the intro. It does say clickbaiter, so we're not even hiding it, right? That being said, today's topics are going to be pretty fun. We are going to be briefly talking about a possible general direct next week. If not, by the end of March. We'll go over some thought processes behind that. I got all the clarifications from Nash Beetle and attack the backlog for that one. But we're also going to spend a lot of that time and talk about 3D Mario, our hopes, our dreams, our wishes. What do we think is going to happen? All that jazz. So that's pretty awesome that we're going to be talking about 3D Mario, because we really haven't dove into like any desires with 3D Mario. In fact, because 3D Mario hasn't even come out since 2017, this podcast has never had an in-depth conversation on 3D Mario.
That's insane.
So that's crazy to even think about.
That you haven't talked about the most significant game that's going to come out this year.
You know why we haven't talked about it, right?
Because I
Nathan's
didn't
coming out in 2028. So
Here we go. Here we
Yeah.
go.
I mean, it is his show, so it's,
which was still great.
Also, it's not just my show.
Hey, do
You
you
all
want to?
co-own it, but that's not the
I'm
point.
sorry, I'm a guest. I don't entirely understand. I actually I do, because you've told me. But you're
Yeah,
right.
yeah, and you used to be one of the original founding members, but the message never got through that it was supposed to be a co-own thing. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. We're
Chat
here.
remembers Nate for
Chat
2028.
Oh,
Well, then,
I know.
you know what?
That is
Let
not
me-
why we haven't had the conversation. I
Let
want to
me,
be
let,
very
me,
clear.
let me rephrase
I
then.
know.
What's wrong with it with you guys? Why'd you let it? If it's not just Nate's fault, then you guys should have spoken out. You should have said, "Hey, yo, 3D Mario makes way more sense to come out this year."
Yeah,
I
to
mean,
be fair, ThunderStash did, but that
Yeah.
was the only conversation. It was just, when do we think it's coming? We didn't actually talk about like what we want it to
Dude,
be or nothing in
I've
depth.
just been waiting
we're
for the
gonna talk
news to
about that
hit
tonight.
So you
for,
could
for
just
Nate
shove
to
it
be
over
wrong,
here.
anyways.
Yeah, he's already been shoving it into my face with the rumors, and now I just wait for the real thing.
Yeah, so I've been looking forward to
the
this.
direct live reacting with me. He's going to see it, and he's just going to point at me and laugh. I just say nothing, just point and laugh. Then he'll keep it going on the on the podcast that night. All right, guys. So yeah, that's obviously one of our big topics we're talking about today for obvious reasons and hopefully correct reasons, because it sure as hell would be nice if 3D Mario was coming out and we're having a direct soon. Both of those things being true would be fantastic. We're going to be talking about Zelda, inspired off of a video that Andres Restart dropped, I believe, yesterday. Because Zelda has a little bit of a problem. Just a little bit of one. It's not like, the end of the world problem. Obviously, it's more popular than ever. So
I mean, it's over. It's over. Everything's ruined.
Yeah, Zelda's ruined forever. So that is obviously something that we're going to be going over and discussing what that issue is. And maybe even let Andres Restart run that one a little bit, since it's based off his video. And then we'll discuss possibilities we think for solutions and all of that. And, all that stuff. It'll be a fun conversation. And then we have a little bit of a news roundup where we're going to go over each individual little thing. This is where you're going to hear like the God of War story, guys, that kind of broke out today, and other stuff, and we'll give our thoughts on all of that. And then we'll see if there ends up being a dealer's choice or not. I have no idea. That being said, we have 3 hosts. We have 3 set-in topics. Eric, which one would you like?
I'll go with General Direct and Mario.
Okay. Stash Man.
I'll go with the news roundup.
The news roundup? Okay, cool. So that gives me the Zelda one. And because Andres Restart might not be here all night, we'll go with the Zelda one first. We discussed that ahead of time just to make sure he's here for the actual topic that's based on his video. That would be kind of weird.
Sure, why not?
Sure, why not? And Andres is streaming the show over on his channel, so they might even be interested in more thoughts on this topic, because the video did really well for him. So
It's doing okay.
Yeah, just okay. It's over 17,000 views. Not a big deal. That being said, all right, let's talk about a little bit of Zelda. Zelda has a big problem. So I'm just going to go over what I wrote down here, and we'll go from there. So basically, you could argue that there are some problems in general just with like the Switch 2. Like outside of Mario Kart, none of their tentpole IPs have arrived or even been announced, and that's no offense to Donkey Kong, which is amazing that that's back. However, Zelda in particular has a problem right now that can affect the Switch 2, but also just like people being happy with the series. So I'll just restart here. Made a video discussing what the primary issues are, and to kind of summarize, essentially, big 3D Zelda games are essentially on like these 6-year cycles, and so like if you loved Breath of the Wild as an example, but you thought like Tears of the Kingdom's too samey, you're kind of waiting like 12 years to get like a new 3D Zelda that excites you. And there's also people that just don't like the new direction for Zelda, even though it's really popular. And so for them, it might not even satisfy them at all who want like a more linear, tightly packed, a more dungeon crawling type of experience that we're used to from Zeldas of the past. And so, well, yeah, Nintendo has obviously filled in gaps by dropping like HD versions of old games, remasters and remakes of old top-down Zelda titles, and even like spin-offs like Hyrule Warriors, I think Cadence of Hyrule at one point last gen, and obviously a brand new top-down game in Echoes of Wisdom. And these are really cool that we get this stuff, but I don't think any of that really scratches the itch for a lot of people. So obviously the question is, how can Nintendo solve this? And I think we'll just start with Andres because he gave his answer in his video on what he thinks needs to happen. So we'll let him go first with that answer, and then the rest of us will chime in.
Yeah. Well, I'll just kind of expand a little bit first. I would argue that if we just go by the trend, it's more concerning because what I outlined in the video, you look at the release here for the first 3D Zelda Ocarina of Time, 1998. It took a long time to get there, but it came out in 98. The Majora's Mask had a hell of a turnaround. Less than 2 year development time, came out in 2000. The Wind Waker took a little bit longer, but it came out in Japan December 2002, early 2003 for other regions. But basically a 2 year dev cycle, just about. After that, it was a significant leap in terms of how much we had to wait. Twilight Princess came out 2006, so a 4 year wait. And then after that, it was a 5 year wait for Skyward Sword. So 2 years, 4 years, 5 years. And then for Breath of the Wild, we had to wait about almost 5.5 years. So an even longer wait. And then for Tears of the Kingdom, which was a direct sequel using the same engine, same assets, same world, took an even longer time, 6 years and 2 months. And granted, the pandemic certainly impacted things, but fact that remains that since 2002, 3D Zelda development between each game has gone longer and longer. That has been the trend. They have yet to make a game that has had a shorter dev cycle than the prior one. And so you could say 6 years, but the trend suggests it's only getting longer. So I do think Nintendo needs to do something about that. And there's a few different things that I'm sure they can do. But the big thing I kind of was looking at is remakes. But big remakes and getting a separate team together to do that. You look at what Square Enix has done with the Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy. You look at what Capcom has done with the Resident Evil remakes. They've managed to put these games in between the years that they're, it's allowed for consistent releases because, you get Final Fantasy 15, right? Then you have the remakes, right? You have Resident Evil Village, right? And then everything in between. So like we've gone consistent quality games for Final Fantasy and Resident Evil because they've done this. They haven't really done that for Zelda when we're talking about the 3D stuff, but they could start. And there is perhaps some precedent here from the Nintendo side of things because it looks like they may have done something kind of similar with the Odyssey team. We understand that, this is a rumor, right? But it's backed up by what we've seen in the credits for Donkey Kong Bonanza. The Donkey Kong Bonanza was actually made by a younger part of the Odyssey team. In other words, they created a new team, younger members.
No way.
It's actually
Really? This is
Well,
exactly what I told Nate.
well, really, it's
What
a rumor.
Nintendo did, and he said, "There's no way. Only one team works on this game." Eric, you remember this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at Nate.
I'm watching the end of the Lux game, so I don't even know what we're talking about.
Yeah,
Oh my god. But the point is, though, right, is that you look at the credits for Donkey Kong Bonanza, it supports what's been going on, right? A lot of key members from the Odyssey team are missing. It supports what we've heard. And we heard about these rumors before Donkey Kong Bonanza was even announced, right? That there's a young team, from members of the Odyssey team put together to make a 3D Donkey Kong game. That's all been confirmed. And so what's interesting about this is that we're hearing that there's going to be a 3D Mario, right? Which, of course, historically speaking, there's always a 3D Mario made available at the beginning of every generation within the first 2 years. So what this may mean is that not only do we have a team that's making 3D Mario, but we also now have a team that makes 3D Donkey Kong. So Donkey Kong Bonanza has shown to be a great success. I don't think this is the last 3D Donkey Kong game we're going to get for another 20 years. And so I want to pull up at some point for a video, just like some things that have been said from the Q&As with the investors, because they have talked about how they want to kind of expand their teams, because the investors have asked, how are you going to deal with the rising cost of development? Development's getting longer, it's getting more expensive. And so they have talked about not just buying new studios, but expanding from within. And so looking at the Bonanza situation, that kind of sounds exactly like what they suggested they would do to investors. And so maybe they'll also do that for the Zelda team. Rumor has it, it's in-house, this Ocarina of Time remake. So maybe it is a very similar scenario. And it also allows them to kind of prep themselves and test things out like they did with Wind Waker HD for the next open air Zelda. But in the meanwhile, they've also established a framework to start doing like another, it's kind of like a double pillar 3D Zelda development. That's kind of the idea. That is one way they could handle this problem. If they have a team that's making the remakes and then they have a team that's working on open air Zelda, that way we don't have to wait every 6 years to get another 3D Zelda offering.
Yeah. No, seriously, like it's actually a really good argument, because it solves a lot of things. Like if you're a fan that just you only love the linear stuff or the more linear games, and you want a new one, it might not ever scratch the entire itch to get a completely new experience. But like from the ground up remakes, starting with Ocarina of Time, then assuming after the new one, the new 3D Zelda comes out, doing Majora's Mask next, would scratch an itch for a lot of them, just because they're older games and being completely refreshed with new visuals, new gameplay, maybe even potentially new content, could end up helping scratch that itch. And people love to replay Ocarina of Time all the time. So yeah, it is interesting, because the thing, like for people that want them to abandon open air altogether, like that's just not going to happen. It's way too popular. There's no way they're going. I mean, they already told us they're not going away from it. It's the future of the series. That doesn't mean that you couldn't have loved Breath of the Wild and thought Tears of the Kingdom was redundant. That there are people that feel that way, and I don't think you'll feel that way with the next new one, because I'm assuming even if it's Hyrule, it'll be a new Hyrule, or it'll be a new land, it'll be new story, new characters, because they said they're done with the Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom stuff. Besides, obviously, Age of Imprisonment, they're done with it. Like they're not revisiting that anymore, that should be like really good news to people that are like, hey, I really love this open air, I just want something new. Okay, wait, that's what the next one should be. And they had ideas. Fujibayashi said he had ideas for the next one literally back in 2023. But yeah, having to teach developers, having a new system come out, because obviously they've been probably working with Switch 2 since then, because they knew obviously our next game is not going to be on Switch 1. And then getting some newer developers, because they do keep growing that Zelda team. They grow it both through EPD, but also new hires at Monolith Soft as well. They've had hiring posts up for the Zelda team at Monolith Soft since then.
Yeah. And they even had that recent interview where they said they want Monolith Soft to take on more of a role with Zelda development. And
I can see where Monolith Soft's side of the Zelda, they might be handling potentially this entire project. Besides maybe a director coming from the main Zelda team, potentially. And so that's a great way to train up new employees on Nintendo's engine that they're using. Obviously get them trained up on, what makes Zelda by going back to one of the highest rated game of all time. And that could also help bring some of those ideas from the linear Zeldas back into the brand new 3D one, like some of the elements that people love about the dungeons, as an example.
I think that's a good point.
Yeah, like that's something as well, as like when you bring in new employees and they're only making this open air, well, if they're not familiar with the development cycle of the old Zeldas, that could actually impact the new ones in a way where maybe they forget what made Zelda. And to their credit, in Tears of the Kingdom, they did seem to listen. The dungeons were better. They were just straight up better than they were in Breath of the Wild. So that was a step in the right direction. But for a lot of people, it's not all the way there yet. And that's okay. Baby steps. Now we reset. Hopefully get away from memories. Don't be wrong. I actually like the memory stuff. But okay, 2 games in a row of relying on memories to tell story. Okay, it's time to maybe not do that as an idea again. So I'm really curious from that perspective, story wise. But yeah, I think that they have a problem where they could lose some of the Zelda fans if they don't remake these games and they just keep going open air with the top down here and there. There'll be some fans that just don't play Zelda anymore. So this solves a lot of things, and also introduces some of these new players that never played the old ones to the way Zelda used to be. In a modern way. Like there's a lot of people that probably started with Breath of the Wild that they go look at, if they go to NSO and they boot up Ocarina of Time and like, dude, this looks like shit. I don't want to play this.
Yeah. And, I want to say that so I've been playing a lot of Resident Evil lately. And I just, I played the crap out of Resident Evil 2 Remake. And Resident Evil 2 Remake is awesome. I don't know, I'm going to start Resident Evil 4 Remake soon. But I don't think they replaced the originals either. They're a great way if you didn't play those to experience that story and kind of see some of what old Resident Evil was. And I guess my point is, like, if Nintendo were to do something like that with Ocarina of Time, it would be really cool because it would bring back a lot. But also, I don't think it would replace the OG release either. I think there's still value in playing that on NSO, but you play the remake, it's going to be a new experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And believe it or not, for someone who doesn't replay games, I actually 100% at Ocarina of Time. Guys, what was it in 2024? It's actually all on my channel. I did live streams in the YouTube Shorts. I was experimenting with YouTube short streams. I 100% of that game, then almost 100% of Majora's Mask right after it. I just didn't feel like getting the last couple of heart containers. I'm like, okay, I'm good. Majora's Mask, like one of them, you have to like get like right towards the end when you're like doing this thing in the tree, and you have to do like a certain path to hit it. And I was like, okay, I fell a couple of times. I'm like, all right, guys, we're like right at the end. I'm good. And then there was like one side quest I didn't complete, but I'm like, you know what? I've only 100% of Majora's Mask once, so it would have been cool to do it again. But I'm like, it's not like I care because once I hit end, I'm done. I'm not gonna play again. So. Unless again they remake it from the ground up. Like that's what's exciting with the Ocarina of Time remake, is that everything we've been talking about with the rumors and all the reports is like from the ground up. Like this isn't, Ocarina of Time 3D just put into HD and 4K. Like this is supposedly a very ambitious remake. But again, there is this problem with the large gaps between 3D Zeldas. And I think things like dropping HD and 4K versions of old games, like they do like Twilight Princess 4K, people will be happy it's back, but I don't think it fixes that itch.
So there's something I want to talk about in regards to that. So I think there's a very big difference between, let's say, going back to Ocarina of Time 3D and putting that into HD versus what they did with Mario Galaxy 1 and 2. It's a 3DS game that was an enhancement of an N64 game. It does not age well. Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, when you up the resolution, you sit back on your couch or whatever, you're not like, oh my God, this looks dated. It holds up really well.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, it's not perfect. It doesn't look like
some edges that are a little rough, but
it still holds up relatively well.
Holds up really well. Just up res.
Yeah. Ocarina of Time, you can't, even if you upscale the 3DS version, it does not hold up well. I don't think a simple remastering of that is really going to be satisfactory. Skyward Sword was, because it was a Wii game. Wii games, they scale up well. But once you start going back to GameCube, GameCube is pretty close to Wii. But even then, like, it's hard to think of, I'm having trouble to think of GameCube games that even like you look at Metroid Prime, like that had to be visually rebuilt.
And like even Wind Waker, I know they visually rebuilt that, but they didn't have to. That one actually does hold up fairly well when you just upscale the original. But Twilight Princess doesn't. No. I'm telling you right now, it doesn't. It does not. It looks dated. It is what it doesn't hold up well, and part of that's
depends on the style.
yeah, the art direction they went for requires an actual refresh, at least of the art direction, even if it's not from the ground up. And that would feel like that would literally feel like from the ground up, just literally replacing everything with updated stuff, which they did not do when they did it on Wii U. They just upscaled it and added a couple things. The extra difficulty with the Ganon amiibo and all that stuff. Like, it's cool, but even then, it felt off, even on Wii U.
There's something else I noticed about this stuff, though. Did you notice that the sales for Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 were not even close to 3D All-Stars?
No, not even close.
And I also think about the sales for Skyward Sword, and even it sold good, but it wasn't like, 3D Zelda numbers good.
Yeah. And from the ground up remake of Ocarina of Time, I think is a good concept to see. Hey, what if this thing sells 10 million plus? Okay, we're on to something with actual remakes.
I guess what the point I'm trying to make, though, is I think the sales numbers do reflect the effort. 3D All-Stars, I think, was kind of like a lightning in the bottle situation, because if it wasn't, why did it sell so poorly? Galaxy 1 and 2 are available for the entire Switch 1 audience, It does look better on Switch 2, but not like substantially. It's not like, oh man, I gotta wait to buy a Switch 2 to play a game from Nintendo Wii, So it's very interesting that it only sold what it did. I want to double check, but it wasn't a lot.
No, and like the only game that they actually did a remake of during the Switch era was Link's Awakening, and that game went on to sell 6.5, almost 7 million.
Oh, that was an ambitious remake.
It's an ambitious remake, and yeah, it's top down, so it's not going to have as wide of an appeal, but that
still sold,
I believe,
like, 7 million?
The shit out almost of Galaxy 1 and 2. I'm
I mean,
pretty
we'll see how it ages, but
yeah, the movie could also end up pushing some sales too. That's one of those things that we don't know if that's going to help. I mean, it should help in theory, but it's hard to know. We know like the movie helped last time push some sales, but we'll see.
All right, so I'm seeing a report here that they sold 2.28 million copies. Well, Galaxy 1 sold 2.28, Galaxy 2 sold 2.42. Usually people buy them together, but yeah. That's 3D All-Stars sold like 9 million, and it was taken off the market after a few months.
Yeah.
It was
5 months. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a significant difference.
Let's get some thoughts on this from the only person dressed up as a Zelda character, Scott or Alyssa.
So I had a lot of I had a lot of similar things that you guys said, but I also had a few other things that I was thinking. I honestly want like Zelda to get to the level that Mario's at with the amount of spin-offs and other like routes that they take, like how they have other characters have their own games. Like maybe we get like a Sheik game or
Malon's Ranch.
Or like different types of genres of games, like potentially like an RPG style Zelda game where you could choose your race, like you could be a Hylian, a Sheikah, or a Goron, Rito, etc. Or like a turn-based game too. I know that's not really gonna like scratch the itch for like the classic fans with not having that traditional linear style, but I think having other Zelda routes and like gameplay styles could really help the series grow some more and bring in even more new fans, because maybe they don't like these linear style games, but they like RPG games, so they try out a Zelda RPG and they really like it, and they might want to go and check out some of the older games. But
No, but I think
pretty
it's
much
a good
like
point.
said pretty much everything like else that I had said, like had written down. I was thinking like the remakes would be really good, like if they expand the team or they hire other studios. Like Capcom's kind of really busy with their own stuff now. I don't really think they would have Capcom do like top-down Zelda, but keep Grezzo doing like the top-down Zeldas, but either expand the team or hire another outside studio to kind of remake these previous 3D Zelda titles to introduce the newer fans to what Zelda used to be like.
Yeah. I want to go back to we were talking about the spin-offs though, right? Because there was a point I was trying to make like a month or so ago. Like you look at Mario, right? Mario has the Mario Party games. It has the Mario Sports titles, right? But then you have the new Super Mario Brothers series, or just the 2D Mario games that are the main line, and you have the mainline 3D Mario games. But then you also have Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
Which right? And then you also have Luigi's Mansion. You have Princess Peach Showtime. You have Captain Toad. Like,
Yeah, do that for Zelda.
yeah, it's like, you know, no one looks at the Luigi's Mansion series or the Donkey Kong series as like spin-offs, or if you do, you're very mistaken. Like, these are kind of like they're top 5 Nintendo games of the year kind of games, you know. They're usually in that game of the year kind of conversation. They're not a Mario Tennis kind of game.
Yeah.
And so I think Zelda deserves to have something like that. And I don't think the Warriors games, personally, I don't think they count. Like they're definitely better than a Mario Tennis, in my opinion, but they're also not like a Donkey Kong Bonanza, Luigi's Mansion 3 kind of thing either. They're made by Koei Tecmo. They're not in-house. And you know, it's just, I don't want to speak too ill of the Warriors games because I know everyone here likes it except for me. So I'm just gonna leave it at that. But
Okay.
yes, we need epic spin-offs. We need Tingle to come back in a big way.
Yes.
Yeah, like they used to do that back. Like we had, I know Link's crossbow training is a whole like poo-poo thing, but like they used to do like that in the Tingle games you brought up. They used to do that, like bring some of that kind of thought process back and make Zelda relevant to other titles and other characters, different play styles.
We talk about we've talked about like the Monolith Soft thing, right?
Mhm.
Like
Yeah.
they're working on something. You know, it's probably not Zelda, but it might be Zelda.
Yeah.
Like it could technically be a new IP that's based off the Zelda universe, because their recruitment art is literally has Zelda symbolism, and they're working on a game that's set in a medieval fantasy world. And we literally just got an interview like not even 2 months ago that said that the Zelda team wants Monolith Soft to work on more Zelda. So, you know, maybe they could, right? Like, what if it is an RPG series, to your point? Monolith Soft would be really great at that. They can make a vast, beautiful fantasy medieval world that's set in a Hyrule universe, but it's not mainline Zelda. It's its own thing. It's not about like Link. It's maybe not even necessarily about Princess Zelda. It's about different Hyrule heroes like that. And that could be really cool. I'd love that.
Yeah, for sure.
Like imagine like something very Expedition 33 or Xenoblade-esque, but Zelda style.
I would
party.
explode.
Can you imagine imagine you know, like the sages, you know, are a party or something.
Oh my god.
Or I mean,
Yeah.
it's not like Nintendo developers haven't thought of things like this before. There is a canceled Retro Studios project. You know, it didn't get far, right? But there was concept art that was made for a game to be based off of Sheikah. You know, there was going to be a male Sheikah, the last remaining male Sheikah. It was going to be a dark, edgy game, and that didn't get greenlit. But they were playing around with ideas like that, so it was possible that they could have actually created a project like that. It just never, you know, it never came to be. So I would love for them to do something like that. And you know, I joked about the Tingle thing. The Tingle thing wouldn't cut it either. Just to be clear, like it would be a cute little spin-off, but it would be that's what it would be. It would be a cute little spin-off. It wouldn't be like this is another big new Nintendo IP that's just set in the world of Hyrule. You know, it wouldn't be a Luigi's Mansion, Donkey Kong kind of thing to Mario. It would
be a Princess Peach Showtime.
At best. Yeah.
Damn.
Sorry, Nate.
Hey man, some people love Princess Peach Showtime, so
I'm not one of those people.
I
Right,
meant
but you
sorry
like
about
Tingle.
comparing it to Tingle games. Yeah, that's why I was
Tingle game
apologizing.
versus game. There's a difference. Anyways, Eric, you got any thoughts on satisfying that Zelda itch between the big 3D Zeldas?
No, you know, I think they have some people that can focus on. I mean, I'm pretty much going to say a lot of the same things you guys did. But I don't know if they necessarily need the main Zelda team to work on remakes and remasters and stuff like that. They could probably even hire, you know, buy a studio to do it. But it'd be interesting to kind of see, you know, kind of start branching the Zelda team off into, multiple branches where you have one that's working on your open air. You have one part that's working on a 3D more linear, and then you have another part yet even more that's working on another a 2D type of thing, just to see, kind of fill in those gaps, and they kind of rotate years on, when they release, how that, you're getting a Zelda, one of each kind of every, 3 to 4 years type of thing versus 6 to, whatever. I mean, the 3D ones might take a little bit, the open air 3D ones might take a little bit longer, but you'll probably get your 2D and your more linear 3D ones in kind of a more timely fashion. So that way, I mean, everybody kind of gets kind of what they want. And then there's Zelda fans who get everything. So I don't know. I'd like to see, because I know they're always, you said they're expanding the team. So why not expand and branch out?
Heck yeah. Expand and branch, baby. Stash, you got any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, I've been there since the beginning days. I know what it's like waiting all these years. We've talked about it on the podcast before. The wait from Super Nintendo to N64. It was very long. And it sucked. And with what we get today, I mean, it's like we're spoiled compared to what I grew up with. We had Zelda in 86. We had Zelda 2 in 88. We had Link to the Past in was it 91? And then we waited all the way till, obviously we had Link's Awakening, but we were talking console versions. We had to wait till November 98. It was just a very long wait, but again, after that, then it was a little bit quicker because we got Majora's, because he used the same engine. We got that in 2000, and then of course, Wind Waker came out shortly thereafter on GameCube.
Minish
It
Cap
was a
came out around
5-year
then,
window.
right? Yeah, but yeah, the 2D Zeldas, there was Minish Cap,
Oracle games too.
Oracles,
the
Link's
Four
Awakening
Swords
DX.
games. Yeah,
They came out pretty rapid. We got a lot of Zelda in like a 6-year period. It was insane.
So that was a golden age of Zelda releases. Like the GameCube and the N64 had their droughts, right? Like Nintendo's way better now overall in terms of avoiding droughts. But for those particular, for the Zelda series, like if you were only a Zelda fan, you were eating way better then than any other time in history.
Yeah, just that's for sure. As a kid though, it sucked. And you know how it is when you're a kid. Everything just feels so much longer. The wait for everything feels
so
just
true.
like an eternity,
Summer
dude.
vacation.
Yeah, all of that. It's just forever. And it was different back then too, because we didn't have the coverage. You're waiting for a magazine to hit your mailbox, and you're praying there's a screenshot in there of the new Zelda or of the game like you're excited for. So we weren't even being fed in that way. So not only do we have to wait forever, but we really didn't get any news on it. And then of course, we got the internet, AOL, basically 95, and there's the Space World coverage. That was helpful, but again, it's not like you're downloading these videos on your dial-up modem. This wasn't a thing back then. So I just try to think about it from the perspective of, okay, what was it like as a kid and where are we today? Obviously, we're eating considerably better today. I did watch your video. I listened to it at the gym. It was yesterday. And I know you brought up the point about Breath of the Wild and Tears, how it's the same engine. And it's like, if you don't like that, you do have to wait a really long time. I'm like, yeah, that's a good point. Because Yeah, it's the whole period of those two games because it's the same engine. So if you really just don't, if you despise an engine, which there are people who do, it's like, damn, you're kind of SOL. Granted, you can play, I guess, Link's Awakening, the remake. You could play Skyward Sword, of course. You can play the older ones, but what can we really do at the end of the day? Obviously, we've all talked about this, Andres. You're on the same page with Ocarina of Time getting a remake. Then you'd move to Majora's Mask after that. And obviously, those games are going to fill in the gaps between the bigger release, the flagship release, so to speak. And then you got Wind Waker and Twilight. I'd love to see them get a remake. Sometimes I wonder if that's why we haven't got them. Because if you give us an HD remaster now, well, what if you're remaking them actually? It would make more sense to get them later. You don't want to give us HD remasters now on Switch 2 if you have a long-term plan to remake those after Ocarina and Majora's Mask. You don't want to feed us that now. My question would be, look, I personally think we still need to get Link Between Worlds over. We still have the DS ones to think about. Definitely, though, Link Between Worlds for 3DS. Amazing game. I like the games on DS as well. I own them physically. I enjoyed them. I beat them. I know they're not for everybody because of the touch controls, but
Pure tracks, baby.
Yeah, you got that. You got the Oracle games that you can explore. Obviously, you could explore that third one, that fabled third one that we would all love to see. But outside of that, look, I like what we did with Echoes. I really do. I reviewed that game. I truly enjoyed it. I thought it captured the spirit of The Legend of Zelda. And, does it scratch the itch? A little bit. Not fully, of course, because it's not The Legend of Zelda. It's different. But it was still good. It was still really good. What I'd like to see, I think, is do you think we'd ever get a scenario where one of two things. One, they make the 3D open air, open world kind of deal, like Breath and Tears, whatever they're going to be doing next. Is there ever a scenario where we get either one, a new 3D linear, and I know they said they weren't going to do that, but just stick with me. Do we get that? Or what if they took one of the 2D games and made it into 3D, one of the 2D Zeldas?
Zelda 2.
That would be really cool.
Yeah. I think that'd be so cool.
Like, what if?
Yeah.
All right. So, like, all right. See, here's the thing, right? Like, they can't remake Zelda forever, but
Yeah.
but at some point, maybe they do something different as the in between game. Like, right now we're gonna get the Dustbloods from Software, right? But what if down the road, after the success of Dustbloods, they're like, hey, how would you feel about reimagining Zelda 2 as a From Software style game?
That'd be so sick.
Oh my god. Guys, for those that haven't played Zelda 2, it basically is a From Software style game back in the 80s.
Exactly. Like it.
Yep.
And it may seem crazy, right? But the thing is, we're coming up with the idea because it makes sense. And I guarantee you, I'm sure there are devs at From Software and Nintendo where the thought has crossed their mind. Does that mean it'll ever come to fruition? That does not mean it will, but it could. So
it could, and it makes sense, right? Okay, now, alternatively, the other thing you could do is you could always take a 3D entry and make it 2D. And I know that could seem like a step backwards, but we've seen projects, we've seen fan projects. There's a Ocarina of Time 2D fan project that was pretty badass.
Breath of the Wild in top-down style.
You remember?
Yeah.
That there is that they had that prototype. I actually wouldn't mind, like, if I had to pick a Zelda to get like 2Dified. I think it'd be cool to like reimagine Majora's Mask, just because a lot of the focus is like with the characters, and maybe they can kind of make it feel a little bit earthboundy, you know.
Yeah.
I think I don't. I mean, I'm not sure they would ever actually do this, but you know,
Me either.
playing along with the idea.
Yeah.
If I had to pick one, I think that could actually be pretty cool.
Do you guys think we're gonna get like a new mainline 2D Zelda before we get another 2D Zelda remake?
No.
Like, and I
No.
mean like
I think
Zelda
it'd
with
be a remake
Link,
first.
not Echoes of Wisdom, like mainline. And
Yeah.
I know that can be debated, but I mean like,
You're saying, are you saying Echoes of Wisdom's not mainline to you?
yeah, I'm saying like a game starring Link,
I think Echoes of Wisdom was the
like a
mainline.
flagship.
I think that
I
was
think-
it for a while.
Yeah, I think that was the flagship for top down until after the 3D Zelda. Comes
Well,
out.
all right. Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, do you guys
unless-
think we
okay.
get a 2D one? That's
I
new?
think I think what's going to happen is we're getting something related to Oracle of Ages and Seasons. So if that's a remake of those, then it's a remake. But if it's kind of like the third version,
That was supposed to exist. Yeah,
then you know that's kind of like an in between of both.
Ending. Yeah, retcon the combined ending and just give us the game we're supposed to get.
So you know that's kind of like if it's something like that, maybe. But otherwise, I'm expecting a 2D top-down Zelda remake first.
Yeah, I'm
before we
expecting
get
another
it.
like Link's Awakening remake style game coming up. For it could be Link to the Past, but that'd be an obvious one I think to go to, or Link Between Worlds.
This is what I'm thinking too. But how long do you think they're gonna wait before they touch like the original Zelda?
Zelda
Are they gonna wait till 50
forever.
50 years? I mean, that'd be 10 years from now.
That's the one that would need some
I
of the
could
most
see that.
work
Me
to bring
too.
it back. I could see it being a 50th anniversary kind of thing.
Yeah, I was
I
thinking
could-
about that the other day. Like a long-term prediction would be the original Zelda remade for the 50th anniversary. Like I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it seems right for
Okay,
an
so-
anniversary of that significance.
That'll be 10 years from now.
Yeah.
I don't believe it.
No, we get the remake in the next couple of years, and then a couple of years after that, we get a new 2D, and then a couple years after that is the
Hey,
50th.
50,
Well,
I
I mean,
just
it would
looked
have to
this
be the
up.
next one.
50th anniversary is gold. 55th is emerald. 60th is diamond. What better than the 50th for the gold cartridge? I mean, growing up, we
That
all
would be cool.
that's how it was identified. It's the gold cartridge, man. It's the best game. That's why it's a gold cartridge.
Please still have physical games on Switch 3 Nintendo. Because like then the cartridge wouldn't exist.
It gets a
Yeah.
gold outline around the game on the screen instead.
That'd be pretty
That's
cool.
so
We have a
cool.
couple super chats commenting on this. Just want to feature them quick. We got Free Metroid Hat who says, as someone who likes to 100% my Zelda games, am I the only one here that would rather replay Ocarina of Time, Wind Waker, or Twilight Princess than Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom? I feel like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom take too long to 100% all over again. I agree.
Yeah.
Replayability wise, in terms of like wanting to 100%, way easier doing the old games. And it's mostly the Korok seeds. That's what
Yeah.
that's what makes it take so damn like if you eliminate the Korok seeds, it actually isn't that it doesn't take that long to 100% either of the games. But the Korok seeds. So if you're going for that true 100%, that's yeah. I'd much rather go back. Like when I 100% at Ocarina of Time back in 2024, you know, I added up my gameplay hours, and yeah, there was some extra time wasted because I was streaming, but it wasn't that bad. But when I 100% of Breath of the Wild, oh my god, I've never done it again, and I never will do it again. It takes way too long. But I have replayed Breath of the Wild. You know, did master mode and stuff. So it's like, you know, it's all, you know, if you're someone who wants to 100% no matter what, then yeah. That's my thoughts on that. What do you guys think?
Yeah. I kind of agree that I would rather replay those games. We're talking about 100%ing because they're just easier. I do think though that replaying Breath and Tears is really interesting because the way the games are structured, you can go at them in very different ways each time. So I would say they're actually overall more replayable than other Zelda games. But I don't think I'm ever gonna like my first run through of Breath of the Wild. I'm not sure I'm ever gonna put in that level of effort again for a Breath of the Wild run. I will go back to play through the story, do a challenge run or things like that, but I'm never gonna go for that 100% or anything close again. But Wind Waker, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Twilight Princess. I mean, I usually don't go for 100% with these games, but I do a lot. Yeah, it kind of depends exactly what I'm trying to do for the run. But there is something to what you're saying for your Metroid Hat that I agree with.
I don't necessarily go for 100% because, and I've always been this way when it comes to heart containers. I don't need them. You probably don't need them either. You know what I mean? Like
I leave them in the boss.
I don't need that
I leave
shit.
them in the boss room. Like I don't want your heart. I don't need your strength to win. I leave it behind.
He's 3 heart run in every game.
I was just gonna say that.
Or 4 heart running.
I totally don't need that though. I'm sure there's other people that are like that. It's probably not unique, but you know what? Art Vandalay, I want to share his comment. He had a good one. Let me ask you guys what you think about this. He said he wants a 2D Zelda with portals in the game. And when you go through the portal, it changes into 3D gameplay and vice versa.
That would be pretty sick and unique.
It would be.
Reminds me of
It's kind of like a link between worlds, but not quite.
Because in Mario Odyssey,
it'd be more, yeah,
side-scrolling sections.
Brief.
Yeah, this would be like top-down, though, I'm guessing he means.
Yeah, I would assume that this is obviously much more in-depth than what Odyssey did, but...
Well, like a game, for instance, today that I reviewed, Romeo is a Dead Man. You know, you have like the full 3D action game. And then you basically do go into a portal. And then it's actually top-down 2D. You said that they have a 3D engine in the game and obviously a 2D engine. And it's very cool.
It's wild to think that Dragon Quest XI the entire game can be played in 3D or top down. Like insane.
Yeah, that's the textbook right there. I'm glad you brought that up. That's the textbook example of how a game can be 3D and 2D. That's the template. Follow that.
Interesting. One other comment I'm going to share just because we're still talking about. You know what? I'll share 2. One, because I brought it up. Demonic Brawl says, "Hey Nate, 2024 was some time ago. You haven't forgotten the ending of Ocarina of Time again, have you?" Never gonna live that down. Doesn't matter that it's from a now defunct podcast. I'm never gonna live it down. It is what it is.
Was it you having an argument with me about it for something?
Yes.
You were like, "No,
Yes.
this doesn't happen." I'm like, I think
know
it does.
And we watched it live, and
what's funny is that I don't think I knew you as well then, so I was maybe less.
Yeah, I think you were questioning it a little bit. You're like, he seems really sure about this. Maybe.
Like I didn't want to just be like, bro, you're freaking wrong. What's wrong with you, right? Like I probably wanted to be more respectful.
I was wrong. I was way wrong. It was bad.
What did you remember? Do you remember what you didn't? What you
I don't even remember what I said. I don't even remember what I said. I just know that it was entirely off. Like the beginning of it was correct, but then like the actual conclusion, I was so off. It was like a headcanon I think I created when I was a kid playing the game. And because I hadn't replayed it since then, besides the 3D version, I didn't beat the 3D version. I just like kept that headcanon my whole life. And the funny thing is, I based entire theories at Zelda Informer off of that headcanon without mentioning that headcanon in my theories.
Were you ever right?
People thought I had great theories. I'm like, yeah, but without that headcanon, this theory doesn't work.
Were you right? Were some of those theories correct?
I don't think any of the theories ended up right. Like once Hyrule Story came out, it kind of destroyed a lot of the fan theories back then, because there were some few people that had like a downfall timeline in their theories, but most people were like, nah, it's just a single split, and yeah, they kind of destroyed a lot of fan theories back then. But whatever, I wasn't the number one theorist on the channel anyways. I think that was Ben and Lex. They were like the ones that were really good with the theories. That said, I also wanted to bring up this one as well, just because it's Zelda related. It's our own guest. She could have literally just asked it, but she super chatted it in to be extra special. I appreciate the support. She wanted to support the show while being on the show. If a mature Zelda game were to release, what would be in it to make it rated M? Swearing, blood, gore, other things. Make it rated M. See, the rated M part is what's getting me. I'm like, well, rated T would just be like realistic and you kill things. You know, that's what like happened with Twilight Princess.
Yeah.
But rated M, I mean, blood would have to be in it for sure.
Sex.
I just don't see them dropping a bunch of swear words in a Zelda game.
I mean, first off, there's already arguably sex implied in a few different Zelda games. Like, they can make it more obvious.
Yeah, that curtain drop.
But I mean, me personally though, like I don't need to see like, you know, I don't need to see two people jump on top of each other on a bed.
You notice that Andres restart went straight to sex. I just
He did.
I mean, that would probably make it above M. It's listen, you just need one sex scene to get it to M, right?
Yeah,
for blood,
like, Witcher 3. There's like a bunch of them in Witcher 3, and it's still just rated M. AO is like straight up prawn.
All right, maybe I'm wrong. I don't really think about this stuff too often, so
there's a lot of rated M games with lots of sex. So just saying.
Yeah.
Baldur's Gate 3.
It would have to be red blood too. Like if you just do green blood or purple blood, they're like, it's just candy.
So like it would have to be a more realistic art style, guys. So the enemies look more realistic. So when you kill them, it feels like you're killing a more tangible thing rather than just an imaginary animal. Because more realistic games tend to be the ones that get rated M more often. Not that unrealistic ones can't, but then they also go extreme into the gore and swearing usually to get the M rating. But there would have to probably be like if they had some fun. You know how they had like the final blows and attacks in Twilight Princess? If they had that, but it's like blood gushing while you do it, that would do it.
Turns into a Mortal Kombat
kind of thing going on with your finishers. The thing is, I just don't think the swearing would fit into the Zelda universe as much, like because you can still be T and have a couple swear words. I just don't see them going like all out with the cussing. I think it'd be more like a blood gore, as Hunter's Restart says. For some reason, they decided to have one sex scene where like Zelda's topless for some reason.
They get crazy with the Great Fairies.
That's just never gonna happen.
The Great Fairies out and they're fully nude.
Well, I mean, that's actually an interesting thing. Like, if Ocarina of Time was just made with like better graphics without changing the art direction, would that be rated M? Because there's blood, right? There's some dark stuff.
It just doesn't look realistic enough.
There's even like the in the well, like there's like skeletons and blood smear on the wall.
Yeah, that was a realistic art direction.
Yeah, it was very dark. Like I'm actually worried for when they do remake this, if they're gonna retain,
I got a feeling that it's gonna get cut back.
I mean, I think they change it. They think they changed it in the 3DS version a little bit,
it's
right?
less intense in the 3D.
Yeah, I mean, they can still imply this stuff, but it might be subdued.
I hope if they remake Ocarina of Time, they're willing to just take the T rating. I think they could have got it. I think if they did it, it would just be a T rating. It's not like when you're fighting things, there's blood gushing everywhere. So
I mean, yeah, they don't have to, and I think that would be fine. I'm not worried. I don't think they need to go M for a game like that. No. I do think they'll probably change around the clothes or lack thereof for the Great Fairies, but I think they'll still look pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. The Great Fairies, they've always let them kind of be a little risky. I mean, even in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, I'm like, damn.
Yeah, but it's not so obscene that it has to be rated M.
No, but I will say when my son played and he met his first Great Fairy, he's like, Dad, those are some nice tits. I'm like, dude.
My God.
Dude, I'm like, this is rated E for everyone. Yeah, I know. I'm not so sure that those Great Fairies should be in an E for everyone game, but it is what it is. I mean, look, that's a raw reaction of like at the time, like a 10-year-old. I'm like, well, I mean, Yeah, I'd probably make the same comments about the triangle ones in N64 back in the day. You know, it is what it is. The Great Fairies, for some reason, they always got to be like well endowed in the bosom, and
The sounds they make don't help either.
showing them off. Look, don't. It is what it. I don't even know. I don't even want to say. That just is what it is. I mean, they kind of sort of did it a little bit with Telma. They had to show some of the cleavage with Telma for some reason. I did the Zelda team. I think they like boobies. It is what it is. I look, it doesn't bother me as a grown ass man. Who cares? But it was a little weird watching my son say that. And like, you know what? I probably said the same thing when I was his age. So, like, you know, it just if I did it, it's just because they were triangle tits, and I don't know how to react to that. Is that what they really look like, Mom? On some people, son. On some people. Thanks, Mom.
You've seen the Lara Croft memes before?
Yeah, the Lara Croft ones. Yeah.
Yeah.
Instead of over the top, third person, it's directly behind with like a button to zoom in on the ass.
Oh, so we're going Stellar Blade style.
Yeah.
Stellar Blade style, which is a really cool game. And it's even better if you like staring at ass, because it's what you're doing 90% of the game while you're actually experiencing some actual good gameplay. Okay. Well, I think we could probably wrap up. Anyone else want to say anything about the Zelda stuff before we wrap it up?
Yeah, I'm just want to reiterate that I think Nintendo is thinking about rising development costs and expanding their teams and how they can put out more consistent quality games without, going bankrupt.
Okay. All right. Let's move on to our next topic. And Eric, that's you, buddy.
Yep. All right. A general direct and Mario. At present, rumors are flying primarily from Nashville for a general direct happening no later than the end of March. More specifically, there's a chance the direct is next week, because Nash claims to have multiple sources suggesting it would be next week. Notably, Nate the Hate has not shot down this claim yet, and says he hasn't heard either way. And that's Attack the Backlog.
Yep, I got it open.
Tweet. Okay, you got it open. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I can read off this part.
Yeah,
so Attack the Backlog, obviously Nashville have been doing podcasts together. They know each other. You guys know this if you follow my channel or Andres Research channel, because we've talked about this. But we got like a little summary here of the actual like main direct rumors, because it's pretty much all coming from Nashville. And Nashville put out there after Attack the Backlog. I went and talked to him privately today just to get some clarification, because there's been a little bits of misinformation that I think is just due to lost in translation, because not everyone, like me, I don't speak Spanish, right? So like I'm reliant on just what Attack the Backlog said in translation, but what he said in translation didn't necessarily match everything that Nash said. Like there was a thought that the source that said 3D Mario also said direct next week. That's not the case. That is a point that seems like got lost in translation. So here's what the official information is from the rumor from Nashville. It is there is a Monolith Soft project and a 3D Mario game. Both games will appear in a direct general, so a general is on direct. The source telling Nash about Mario is the same one who told him about DK Bonanza. So to recap on that one, last year Nash came out and said, "Hey, DK is what's happening this year, not Mario." And that was before anyone else said anything. And then, yeah, Donkey Kong was what we got. Donkey Kong Bonanza, we didn't get Mario. So,
and for the record, there are still people saying that was somehow just a lucky guess.
I don't know how you can lucky guess that.
That's like, I'm trying to think of an equivalent. Like it's like going to McDonald's and expecting a taco
and not a burger.
Yeah, like that
3D Mario had to be one of the big games for the first 6 months, because we hadn't had one since 2017. And we didn't even know 3D Donkey Kong was a thing. Like we knew there was a Donkey Kong game in the works from the rumors, but it was, no one could figure out if it was 3D or side scrolling. And no one in their right mind thought, oh, even if Donkey Kong comes this year, that, oh, we're not going to get Mario. Mario is clearly going to be the big holiday title. And it wasn't. Yeah. Anyways, This source, however, has not given Nash a time scale for the direct. So this source is not even talking about when this direct is happening. This source, however, did tell Nash that Mario will be this year's big game and appear in a direct general. And I think also, and like towards the end of the year. So I think holidays is when the game will come. It'd be their holiday game to pair with Pokemon. Nash has a number of sources saying the direct will be in February, in particular next week, and a number who say March, though one has since changed to say February as well. So one of the people that were saying March is now saying, no, it's February. And he only has one still left saying March. So there's just only one source he has saying March. Everyone else is saying next week. This was a huge clarification today that pretty much most of his sources are saying next week. Nash has confidence in the third week of February because it comes from a reliable source who's been very accurate, obviously, in the past. So that's kind of like the summary on why we're even having a conversation at all this week about next week's potential, or even 3D Mario, which is obviously the bigger news, is 3D Mario being this year more so than if it directs next week or if it's in March. It's more so 3D Mario is massive. Eric, back to you.
Back to me. So again, this gets us to 3D Mario. We haven't had a 3D Mario, a fully new game release since October 2017. We're long overdue at this point, and many were surprised we didn't get such a game last year. Nash Weedle claims the same sources told him that we were getting Dayquil, as you said, last year, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. However, we have never on this show had a big discussion on 3D Mario. This makes sense because it's been nearly 9 years since we've had one. So before this game is revealed, which will give us endless Mario goodness to discuss, let's take this time to talk about what we want this game to be and what we think makes 3D Mario so special. Where do we think they may take the series next?
You want to go first?
Yeah, Alyssa, go ahead. I know Andre said, but
I'm not like a big Mario lore and like super fan like a lot of
Blasphemer. Heretic.
I still enjoy Mario, and I played like all the 3D ones except for Galaxy 2. I've yet to play Galaxy 2, but other than that, I've played all the 3D Marios, and so I've heard, and I enjoy them all very much. But I'm not really sure like what they would do for this next one. They always do some kind of new mechanic. They kind of keep like that core of collecting with it, like the moons, the shine sprites, and the stars. I know you guys have mentioned before about potentially like crossing over like IPs, and I had to come up with a name for that. I call it Cosmic Crossover. So if that's the name, you heard it here first.
Hell yeah. I like that name.
Yeah. I definitely would want to see like Bowser in the next one. I don't really know how many games Bowser's not featured in. I want like another big bad with him though, like a false one where you think that's the bad guy, but actually it's all Bowser, like how they did with like Zant and Ganondorf and Twilight Princess. Maybe a thing I did think about, like, because I was like trying to think of something like before the show, because I was like, I gotta think of something like a little unique at least. Maybe they give Mario some kind of instrument this time, and it interacts with the environment and puzzles and like enemies. Like maybe you play a certain song and it makes enemies really small, or you play the song and it makes them like really big, and you need to do that to kind of maybe you can like get them to like go progressively like taller, and you got to like jump on them to like get up to whatever collectible they decide to go with. But it is really weird to like not have Mario this early on. And I love Donkey Kong, but it's not Mario. I'm not on board for 2028. I think we're getting Mario this year. Sorry, Nate.
Why you apologize?
I don't think we're waiting until 2028. I think we're getting Mario this year. Either this year or next year at the latest. I think next year at the latest. If this year is a quiet year for Nintendo, but next year they bring out all the big bangers, I'm okay with that. I just don't really think they can make it with what they have now in Gen 10 Pokemon. I think they need something, whether it's like Mario or Luigi's Mansion. But yeah. Sorry.
I like your idea about characters getting smaller or bigger. your Zelda love definitely like showing in through that example, but I do think there's something to
Yeah.
it that could work with the framework of Mario. Like as you were talking about it, it was kind of reminding me a little bit of the cherries in 3D World, which were really cool because when you get the cherries, it would duplicate you, and you can every cherry you would get, you would duplicate more, and so that would kind of have like really weird kind of platforming puzzle implications. And so I could actually envision them providing a power. Maybe it is musically based. That would be neat. They could make that a little bit more engaging that way. But yeah, I could envision a power up that's not really a power up, but a world changing, an environmental changing like block you hit or something you grab that maybe does change the sizes of the enemies. And so that does impact how you go about exploring the world. I actually think that could be really cool. I mean, if you think about it, there are the mini mushrooms and the giant mushrooms. So it would be kind of like a reversing of that. It would be an area of effect, like mushroom thing. Like, a mushroom spore. Like, it's just like, it sends a kind of
cloud.
Yeah. And that causes characters to get bigger or smaller. And Nate is about to die.
No,
he looked like a cherry.
Relax.
You're good?
Yeah.
Okay. You didn't look good there for a moment.
I was just having. Look, I muted my mic. You were supposed to comment on it. I was coughing. Oh my god.
You looked. I was worried. I was worried.
What if they want you to use the microphone and you like give commands? How do you guys feel about that?
No.
No.
No, I hate having to.
I'm just trying to think of like, because
somewhere.
Nintendo tries to do like gimmicky things with their new things, and the microphone's kind of an added thing. So I was just trying to like, I literally just pulled that out of the air right now. So I'm not.
Yeah, I can't. You know how it is when you call and you have to like say your birthday and say what you want. It's like, no, dude, you never get it right.
Jeez.
I don't want to deal
Mario
with that.
jump and he just rolls off the cliff. That's not what I wanted.
The only time I liked talking to my game was for Dreamcast with Seaman. Nate, do you remember that?
Why is everyone picking on me right now in my
Ask
memory?
me if you remember, because I just dropped an obscure game, and you
I
might
know
be the
the
only one who
game.
knows.
I know the game, but I'm.
Seaman.
I'll explain that. I'll explain after the show. But I
Not
know the game.
Not Seaman, Seaman.
That's why I thought you were asking me, because he probably knows.
It's gonna be either that game. Depends on, I guess, what you're doing. Anyways, moving on. I don't know. Stop dragging me in. It's not my turn. And then no one talks. Okay.
Well,
great.
It can be. I'm done.
I was trying not to hog all the sound space or whatever.
So this is what we want from 3D Mario, right?
Yeah.
Look, I was talking earlier today to Blake over on Twitter. He's saying maybe it could be Galaxy 3. Look, I know we got the movie, and like as far as a movie tie-in, that would make sense. Yes, I've always thought these four like titles or scenarios. I told him universe, omniverse, multiverse, or dimensions. And I really want to see it cross over into, I think in a dream scenario, I would love to see it cross over into other Nintendo IP. That would be insane. But if it doesn't do something like that, I think you could do something like a Dimensions or a multiverse where you visit all these other Mario games. And it's different now. You know, like you could almost look at it with Odyssey, with Super Mario 64 stuff. But think of it like obviously on a much grander scale, like you're visiting different time periods. I'm a real sucker for time travel. And I think that'd be so interesting if Nintendo factored that in a Mario game where, like, imagine you go to, say, another dimension or multiverse, and modern day Mario goes back to the 80s where it all started. And like you play through that. It could tell the story of Mario and Donkey Kong, of like how all that started. There's just a lot of different scenarios that I think would be really fun if they did that. But if they don't do that, man, you know what I want to see? I want to see a variety in worlds. A really big variety. And I think they've done pretty good. Like Mario 64 did a really good job with that. I enjoy varied environments in games.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and the music, you know, like Mario 64. Obviously, Galaxy soundtrack is great. Odyssey, you know, you have the main song. I really like the music though from 64. Like that, I don't know why that music just still always sticks with me. I want something to hit like a scale of 64's music and Galaxy's music. You know, like fully orchestrate it.
Let's go.
Yeah, I want like things like that
in 4K.
Yeah, in 4K for sure.
60 frames per second.
That's a given.
Yeah, that's given.
120 FPS. I mean, I'll settle for 1440p 60.
I would too. 1440p is still really, really nice, really clean. A big part of me just like I don't believe we're gonna go Galaxy 3. I don't. I mean, if you did, like, what kind of ideas would you introduce? We always know every Mario game has to be different. Like every Mario game that's on a new console.
Multiple universes.
We had 64, first 3D Mario. You had Sunshine with Flood. Obviously, you had Galaxy with the gravity. That was a really big deal. And obviously, the controls were unique because it was on the Wii. I think a lot of us, especially like us, like hardcore gamers, were like, I hope they get the controls right. And then, of course, we played it and like they nailed it. You know, job well done.
I still wish they had more free roam. A free roam camera was probably the worst sin of the Wii era, not having it from most Nintendo games.
Yeah, that's a good point. It is.
It was okay.
Odyssey Cappy. What are we doing next, though? Is it a hybrid between like 3D Mario and Super Mario 3D World? I've seen that thrown out there a lot.
I got an idea with Cabby.
What's that?
So, you have like you're back at Peach's castle. You have a bunch of just NPCs walking around. You know, all them like different Mario characters. And then basically each door in the castle is a new world. But you start off as Mario, and then you can take over the other characters with Cappy, and you go into like there's a bunch of different levels based on their worlds. So like Yoshi, Toad, Donkey Kong, things like that, and you can go into the world not as that character. You have to go in as somebody else and do a bunch of different things within that world. So it's kind of like mashing up Mario mashup, where you bring other characters into different worlds and play through their levels type of thing.
That could be interesting. Also, like from the standpoint, because as you were saying that, I was thinking, if you had something like a Mario 64, you open the door, jump through the painting, obviously, like if each painting was a different world, a different IP, or different worlds within some select IPs, right? Because you could have a Donkey Kong painting you jump through, and it could be something related to, I don't know, Donkey Kong Country 1. You have an own related to Donkey Kong Country 2.
It forces you to play as a different character other than the one that belongs in that game.
Yeah.
I think it could be a cool concept.
I mean, one of the things that gets talked about a lot is like, do they go fully open world?
Yep.
Like after Bowser's Fury, which is interesting with Bowser's Fury because we call it open world, but like it was locked and closed off. Like you had to unlock areas, which isn't really what traditional open world's like. Obviously, in the end, once everything's unlocked, yeah, you can go anywhere. But like that's not really much different from Odyssey. You unlock all the worlds, you can go anywhere.
I mean, it's
just because how they're connected. That's why people call them open world. But
I mean, it is open world. It's a small open world that gets bigger.
It's small. Yeah, it is small, and it does get bigger. And even at its biggest, it's still, if we're honest, guys, it's not that big.
It's still small, relatively, yeah.
But it also isn't meant to be a full game. It was, an experimental thing.
It's still a game that is a continuous. There's no loading screens during the main gameplay, right? It's a seamless experience. It's meant to give off that feel.
Do you
what?
Do you want them to do that for the next Mario?
I've been really excited to share an idea I have.
Okay.
This whole topic. Can you do me a favor and let me share this? Yeah, it's something crazy, but I just think it's a really good imagery for what I'm about to talk about. So this is the Mario Galaxy movie poster, right? I think I don't think I'm alone that when I saw this, I was like, man, they need to show 3D Mario immediately. And yes, I do think the game's going to be more open. If from a sales perspective, Nintendo has seen that when they go bigger and they execute, the sales show. Mario Odyssey they went back to the not necessarily open world, but just more open adventure. Games sell better. Kirby and the Forgotten Land went 3D finally, best-selling Kirby game. Donkey Kong Bonanza, they finally went back to 3D. It's not open world, but very open environments. It's pacing to do incredible. Obviously, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Heck, even the recent Pokemon games, despite all its glitches and issues, has done really well. Mario Odyssey, going back to the sandbox environments, best-selling 3D Mario by far. So clearly, there is a lot of evidence from a sales perspective to show that going bigger and executing well, or in some cases, like in Pokemon, not even executing well, does yield better sales. And then you brought up Bowser's Fury, right? Like, clearly that's the last thing we've seen. It looks like they put in an open world campaign into the least open world Mario game ever. So it's just very interesting they did that, and I think that kind of shows their perspective. So for sure, I think they're going to go for more open adventure. And we've been talking about this for years, that Yoshi would play a significant role with Mario's 40th anniversary and the movie. There would be a Yoshi game. All of that we've talked about and predicted for years. But there's more. I believe there's more. And that more, I believe, is that Yoshi will play a significant role with the next Mario game. Plessy was the mount in Bowser's Fury, which is, I think, a fun little proof of concept. But bringing back Yoshi and having Yoshi more readily, like Yoshi's usually available in it kind of hit or miss, but he's oftentimes more available than Luigi in a lot of the Mario games. But he's never really like the big thing that you play, or he's not like Epona to Link usually, unless it's Super Mario World. They need to make him like that in this next game. But anyway, this is my idea outside of Yoshi being a mount in the game. You know how Nintendo went to Zelda and they're like, let's not make an open world game. Let's make an open air game. Let's go beyond open world. Let's the idea of open air is to express a greater sense of freedom and verticality, right? Which is what they accomplished. With the next 3D Mario, my idea is not that they're going to go open world. They're going to go open space. Open space. So hear me out here. In Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, like you had these small little planetoids you could jump between as little platforms in a overall very linear fashion. But imagine if the next game, it's not sandboxes that are flat. It's giant spheres that you explore as their individual worlds. You know, they're so big, these spheres, that they may not look like they're not going to look like little balls, right? You'll have to kind of move about a little bit, elevate yourself a little bit to see just how round they are, you know. And there can still be some level of gravity mechanics. I don't think it's crazy to think that Nintendo would bring back some ideas and kind of reimagine how they might work under a different framework. They do this all the time. So I think they could bring back some Galaxy elements. And I think that actually would be really good marketing. This clearly all of this is planned with Galaxy 1 and 2 and the Mario Galaxy 3 movie. Like, I think, you know, they're gonna, if they're coming out 3D Mario this year, there's going to be cross promotion involved. There's going to be people who watch the movie who want to pick up the game, and there's people who are going to see the game who are going to want to watch the movie. So having elements, I'm not saying it's going to be the Mario Galaxy movie game. That's not what it's going to be. But I think there are going to be elements that you're going to be like, oh man, Yoshi and Mario look awesome in the movie. I'd love to play a game that have those guys in a for Switch 2 that's more than just like, you know, a remaster for Galaxy 2. Like, I could see that. And so, like, literally, like, just look at this planet. It's huge, right? You guys know what this planet is, right? If you play Galaxy, this is Rosalina's, like, there's like a little planet you explore. Like, you could run around it in like 15 seconds. But obviously, this is not, it's like they recreated the planet where that little thing that you can just like jump onto is an entire castle now. There's a whole, like, you know, front lawn area. There's multiple towns, you know, like, this is, if this was made into like a planet, this would be a huge map, right? This map would be bigger than the Great Plateau, you know, if it was actually something you could play on. So they turn a small little planetoid to something like that. But imagine that was like each world you could explore in this game. It's all open galaxy, open space, right? Like, it's all interconnected. Like, you're going to play around this giant planet, maybe something like this. And when you need to get to the next one, you're going to have to find a way to get there, but you can see it. It's visible to you when you look up into the stars. You can see the next planet or other planets. I feel like if they did something like this, this would be like a 10 out of 10 masterpiece kind of experience that would just blow people's minds. So open space.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, why not? Why the heck not?
I think it's a great idea. That's one of the I want to say one of the better ideas. Could be the best idea. I haven't heard a ton of ideas that have really stuck. That one makes so much sense. I would love to see it.
And obviously it ties in a bit with the movie.
Yeah.
So, like, cross promotion, super easy, super obvious.
That's grand right there.
And they wouldn't even have to call it a
space.
Galaxy. You know,
That's new.
Do whatever. It's a completely different thing than Galaxy.
I definitely don't think it'll have Galaxy in the title.
Yeah.
Stash, you brought up a few different name possibilities. I think all those are possible. I've liked the idea of Super Mario Universe. Maybe that would, you know, if this idea is what they're actually doing, you know, or if, because there was that rumor, both you and Alyssa brought it up, like this idea of like interacting with other Nintendo worlds. Like, I don't want to rule that out either, right? Like that idea supposedly is something Nintendo played around with the concept. We don't know if that's actually going to be in the final product. But, you know, both ideas could exist in the same game, theoretically.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's interesting. Someone brought up also a cool name, Super Mario Cosmos. That'd be good.
I just had another brain blast while you said that, actually. It's actually a minor brain blast, but it's just kind of piling on. Because we're talking about the Odyssey team, right? Or that EPD group, you know, and they share ideas. Mario Odyssey had the kingdoms, and then in Bonanza, Bonanza structure is amazing, by the way. Just want to say that, like, you start off in one area and you're just finding these giant holes and getting deeper and deeper into the world, right? It's not open world, but it's all interconnected, right? It's a very believable structure. It's very, in a way, it's kind of more like Xenoblade in the sense where Xenoblade 1 or 3, I would say, in the sense that like you have these vast areas you're exploring, but you're generally headed in one direction. And so I think that's really cool. But like you look at Bonanza, each area is huge, right? Like these areas are bigger than the areas in Odyssey. And so what I'm talking about for this concept for this Mario game, an open space game where each planet or world you explore is massive, right? Like, and then you go to the next one. They're interconnected, and you could maybe find a way to fly between them, you know, and then you ride around, you run around them on Yoshi. Like that's all still possible, but I just kind of like the idea that I can kind of see the members of the Odyssey team, like you kind of see the logic that went into Bonanza, like having these interconnected open environments, and then moving on to an open world game for Mario, where they're like, all right, let's create like giant planets, and let's think about how you get from one point to another. And I guess technically it would be one giant solar system.
Yeah.
It's pretty sick. I mean, I like all the ideas you're presenting. The only thing I want to bring up is it's cool to talk about like how the game is structured and like where you might be going. But Mario also sometimes does this thing where, and we saw it with Odyssey, where like there is a new gimmick. In Odyssey, it was the Cappy, right? And all the cool things you do with Cappy and take over different things, and you can take over humans. So, like, do you think that there might be like a new gimmick for this one? And if so, what would you like that to be?
Oh, I guess it kind of depends on what you define as a big gimmick. Because I feel like
I mean,
what I'm describing would kind of be like a big gimmick, like, you know, having a massive solar system that you're exploring, you know, as a platformer. But I mean, I do think there would be more.
Yeah, because like you can have that massive, but none of that's gameplay. That's world building. So like, what's the gameplay catch that makes it different than other Marios?
I mean, I think within this framework, you would be in spots, you would be bringing in some galaxy mechanics, right? But that's not necessarily new. But in different circumstances, it could be extremely interesting. And I guess in this scenario, I'm envisioning Yoshi as kind of being Mario's sidekick, not Cappy. But like, you know, in Mario Sunshine, you had Flood that kind of gave you that extra platforming ability. In Galaxy, you had the Luma, right? And then in Odyssey, it was the Cappy. So is there going to be something else that gives Mario like that extra level of platforming ability? And if you make Yoshi kind of like the companion for this game, I don't know. I mean, it would be interesting, like, because you don't want to make it so Mario's always on Yoshi, right? But like, what if it's a game where Yoshi is, and actually this makes a lot of sense, it's one or the other. You can choose to ride on Yoshi, or Yoshi's tagging alongside Mario the entire time, you know? Like in Bonanza, you have kind of Pauline on your shoulder, but isn't there times where she sometimes gets off Donkey Kong's shoulder sometimes, but not really like for the gameplay. So I don't know if it's that much for a stretch, but I can kind of see a scenario, maybe like Yoshi. It's just Yoshi. Like Yoshi is that companion that gives Mario that extra stuff. Like there are some puzzles that are between the two different characters, and this could even be really weird for co-op. We know how that the Mario team loves having some form of co-op in all of their games. Like they could do that.
Okay, cool. Anyone else have other ideas? Or you just like that idea is so great, there is nothing else I wish to say. Oh, there's silence.
All right,
I gave ideas. I spoke enough.
All right, here's another idea. This one's just me talking nonsense. Greninja's DLC. Instead of Yoshi, you play with Greninja. because they have long tongues.
Okay then. I'm a little stunned at that one.
Why are you stunned?
You wanted someone to say something else, so I gave you something. It's if I keep spitting out,
for.
yeah, I did tell you it was nonsense. Watch it be confirmed.
Oh my god! Watch it be lick a tongue instead.
Oh damn, that would be crazy. They're gonna have it's the cross promotion, because Gen 10 is coming out at the same time.
Yeah, Gen 10.
Actually,
cross promote.
Actually, maybe this is something we could talk about because I saw that they talked about an Attack the Backlogs podcast the other day. What do you guys make of the potential threat of Grand Theft Auto? Like, do you think that's going to impact Nintendo's decision making in terms of the games they put out for the holidays? Will this sway them from putting out a new 3D Mario for that second holiday of Switch 2?
No. Well, of course, I've been on record of saying this before. Like, Kiwi Talks was on one time, and he's just like, GTA 6 comes out, Nintendo can't do shit. Pokemon's the only thing immune.
Yep.
And I'm like, okay. I mean, I get that GTA is massive, but nobody thinks it's coming to Switch 2 this holiday. So what about all the people that own Switch 2 that don't care about GTA? Like, they need games. There's a huge chunk of Nintendo fans that don't care about GTA because we don't get GTA most of the time. Like Nintendo's obviously going to have a plan for the holidays beyond Pokemon. And we say this, last year we thought there'd be a plan too. And the plan was 2 exclusive games for Switch 2, both spin-offs, both that aren't like massive sellers. And then our big games are going to be Switch 1 titles that are also on Switch 2. And I don't know that plan was the best plan for the first holiday of Switch 2, but also Nintendo is still obviously holding on to that Switch 1 audience, which I think by this upcoming holiday, they'll be ready to be like, okay, we're kind of done catering to that particular audience by this second holiday, which means then you need bangers beyond Gen 10, at least one. I don't know if there'll be other quality games, guys. Like Fire Emblem could come out around that time too. I have no idea. We don't know when that game's coming out.
I think it's going to come out summer, but yeah, we don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. So like Nintendo's going to have other quality games like Fire Emblem, Fortune's Weave. If it's anything like Three Houses, it's probably going to be a banger. Splatoon Raiders will be a really surprise experience, a new experience for Splatoon players that could end up being really, really good. And Dustbloods could end up being fantastic. Like that's just what we know, let alone that Gen 10's coming, 3D Mario might be coming, and there could be other announcements. So Nintendo has other high quality games that aren't just necessarily system sellers, but they're really, really nice games to have in between. Including whatever Monolith Soft is doing, whether it's Xenoblade 2 coming back with a Switch 2 edition or definitive edition, or a new Xenoblade 4, like the one kind of fly off the wall rumor out there that no one can really seem to figure out exactly where it came from, or whether it's something else entirely, like the new IP that's been talked about for a decade at this point. Like Nintendo's going to have other high quality games, but in terms of bangers for the holiday, it's really hard to top Gen 10 Pokemon combined with Mario. And I do think GTA 6 will obviously play a massive role this holiday. I think it's going to sell a ton of PlayStations. I think it's going to obviously break all of the records for pre-orders and all of the records for launch sales. It's going to be the biggest game launch probably of all time. Like GTA 5 got popular over time. It was always big, but GTA had never been a 200 million thing until GTA Online really took off. So I do think it's going to be literally, you can see it with the trailer. They drop a trailer, 200 million views. Like, yeah, okay. It's going to be the biggest game launch of all time. That said, while you talk about the 200 million, a lot of that's just PlayStation and PC gamers. What about everybody else? Like, we can't just forget everybody else. And I feel like if everyone's playing scared, the one company that shouldn't play scared is a company that, one, could drop a Mario game that actually rates higher than GTA potentially, and two, is a company that's not getting the game this holiday. Like, why would you just say, you know what, we're throwing in the towel?
Yeah, just don't play on our console.
That doesn't make any sense. Why would Nintendo throw in the towel because GTA is coming? That would mean they're scared of a third-party game. And I've never seen Nintendo scared of a third-party release. And I understand that GTA 6, there's never been a launch like this. But if it ain't on your system, your gamers need something to play. And Mario's evergreen. Like, why are we acting like all the sales have to be day one? Like, if there's people that buy GTA 6 that don't buy Mario right away, they might buy it next year. Like, Mario isn't just done selling. It's not one of those games that just only sells for a month.
Yeah.
I don't
I
get
do
it.
think that they will space things out a little bit. Like I don't think they're gonna put 3D Mario and Pokemon in the same month.
Yeah. I think like Mario could be like October, Pokemon November.
Yeah, pretty much.
That kind of makes sense. Yeah. And
And
then
I
we'll
guess
have,
the question
whatever-
is, will Nintendo
whatever
do
for-
like the dense thing again, where like they have like 6 games that come out in like 3 or 4 months?
I
I don't know, like,
if they
'cause-
include, if you include Switch 2 editions, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's going to be little things in between, but like I consider what we know about for this. All right, so we're probably going to get Yoshi Mysterious Book in May. You know, maybe somehow it squeezes into April. We'll see.
Yeah,
But
it's on this spring, as they said.
Yeah, I'm making some educated guesses here, but I kind of looking at the history of Fire Emblem and Splatoon releases, and just based off what Nintendo's announced so far, I do kind of think that both these games are going to come out sometime in the summer. Maybe one of them comes out September, like summer to early fall is when I expect those games to come out. But you know, there's going to be some other stuff. There we do have that amiibo rumor from Special Nick. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. I was gonna say the one game that I do think maybe should worry about that timing is Dustbloods. They cannot come out by
Well,
GTA.
some people are arguing that game might get delayed till next year.
I mean, it's always possible, but if it doesn't, it is this year. Like as they've already said, we don't know. Obviously, they haven't shown it since they first showed it. If it is this year, that's a game that I'm like, okay, that one you need to get out this summer. You need to get that out before GTA, because I think that game could have more crossover with GTA players than Mario does.
Maybe.
But I don't know. Here's the thing. We haven't seen enough of the game yet. Obviously, game reviews haven't come out. If it comes out and it's reviewing like Elden Ring, oh shit. Like it might be immune because it's from software and they Miyazaki dropped another banger.
Yeah. It's hard to say.
Yeah, it is really hard to say with that one, because that's the one wild card out there that like I don't think it's going to sell like Elden Ring did on other platforms.
There's no way, because it's on one platform.
It's only on one platform, and it's only on Nintendo, which hasn't really had their games. In general, I know guys, Dark Souls remastered stuff, but what I find fascinating though is that if it is like a 95, 96, which I know we talk about how review ratings bullshit, right? Stash talks about all the time. Fuck review ratings, but there is an impact on sales. It does impact sales. It just straight up does. And if this is like a GOTY contending level game, people are going to pick it up. It's going to sell millions. I don't know how many millions, but it will sell millions. And I wonder if if they in particular be worried about, hey, we can't drop this near GTA because we're also a multiplayer game. GTA is going to have multiplayer.
I don't know.
I
looked at Bloodborne sales on PlayStation. It sold over 9 million. I'm surprised.
Yeah. There is a potential. This could be, if it is a GOTY level game like Miyazaki's known to make, it could actually do quite well if they just got to time the drop for it right.
Yeah. I am a little concerned that it's I think I'm gonna like it, but I do wonder if the multiplayer focus is gonna kind of limit its potential success, which some people might find wild because the ordinary people are campaigning for multiplayer for sales, but I think in this case it could kind of have a reverse effect.
Well, it all depends, because he came out publicly, last year in that interview, and basically said they're trying to revolutionize multiplayer. And if it pulls that off, people might just pick it up because they're like, oh, Miyazaki, this guy who's like a genius, just got a 96 on a multiplayer only game. We got to check this out. Like, something must be different.
Yeah. What if it's a multiplayer, but it still has like that story adventure that people are kind of craving?
Yeah. I mean, it's PvPvE, so there's definitely NPC stuff going on. There could be a whole story. There could be, we don't know. That's the thing. We've only seen a very small slice of the game. And watching that slice, you wouldn't even know it's multiplayer.
Yeah. Something else I was going to bring up. I kind of think that we're not getting a new Monolith Soft game this year. I think we're getting a Monolith Soft game this year, but I think it might be that or Switch 2 edition.
Well, after
you
the
know.
voice actress thing came out, it's kind of like,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, that's the big thing, right? And that whole Nate the hate prediction that is maybe a prediction, maybe there's just stuff, and then obviously, we have the rumor that there's something's going to get announced from them, right? I hope it's not just a Xenoblade 2 thing, but if we're getting that new Monolith Soft title maybe next year instead, that's fine by me. I would
My
actually
hope
love
would be
Xenoblade
if it
2
is Xenoblade, that
enhancement.
it is like Xenoblade 4, and it just so happens that character's coming back for some reason.
Sure. I actually am hoping that we get the
hope.
new IP.
The new IP would be my preferred, but I mean, not that I don't want Xenoblade to continue. It's obviously going to continue, but it's kind of like I would prefer the new IP because we've been talking about it for so long. It's been advertised for so long. And when I say advertised, guys, it's only been like 2 art pieces, but they've been hiring for it for so long. It's
Right.
kind of like it would be really
advertised hiring for so long. Yeah.
So it's like they've been working on it for a long time, and this studio, as we've seen with their games, they cook. So what could they do with a brand new IP that gets away from Xeno? We don't know because we haven't seen it.
I do want to kind of like throw a curveball in here. Like, what if this new IP, Project Legacy, as leaked by Midori, what if it's still Xenoblade? Because technically, the Klaus trilogy ended with Xenoblade Chronicles 3 and its expansion. So the idea is that moving forward, whatever it is, the future of Xenoblade, it's gonna be a departure from what we've already experienced. And so it could still be very different from prior Xenoblade games, even if it still carries the Xenoblade name.
We've touched on this. You just said a Monolith Soft project. What if it's like the super chat says? I think Monolith Soft's doing the Ocarina of Time remake. That is the Monolith project. That gets shown this year. Just shown. I don't know. If it is, guys, I'm gonna say this: if they're the ones doing it, and that is the project shown this year, I don't think it would be in the next direct. I think it would be something that happens when because I'm of mind they are going to talk about Zelda's 40th anniversary, but if you look at the history of them talking about Zelda anniversaries, it's always in June or September. They don't actually talk about it in February, and the reasoning is, as much as we speculate because the actual anniversary is in February. The reasoning is because they're still usually doing Mario stuff. Because Mario begins in September of the year before. They actually do usually talk about the Mario anniversary around the time the actual Mario anniversary is. And then they usually have that leak into the next year. And so then they space out and they talk about Zelda once they're past the Mario stuff. Which, again, we know culminates with the movie and the Yoshi game. And sure, maybe 3D Mario. But if 3D Mario is the end of the year, I think they're going to consider that outside of the anniversary. So then if they do talk about Zelda's 40th in June, that would be around the time that I would expect to see something like maybe a tease of Ocarina of Time for the next year, as you said, around the movie. I think that spacing would be great, especially if there is 3D Mario. We talk about 3D Mario, Gen 10, Dustblood, Splatoon Raiders, Fire Emblem. It's like, okay, yeah, I think you can push Zelda into around the movie time. And that could go really, really well. But you would still show it this year for the 40th anniversary because they're gonna rope that movie into the 40th anniversary. It's totally happening.
Bro, I would be so ecstatic if Nintendo announces a Zelda 40th anniversary direct.
Oh, like a dedicated one. Oh,
but because the hype behind that would just be absurd. Okay, idea. Hear me out. I'm going crazy here. Okay. We didn't get a Mario anniversary direct this time. We just got a Mario anniversary segment, a big segment in a direct. But given that there's the movie and we're expecting eventual Zelda Park announcements as well, and they got to announce some games. What if they do? Okay. I'm kind of starting to think the whole idea of us getting 3 general directs in a year, that might be dead. In its place, we get 2 major directs, and we get a whole bunch of partner showcases and game-specific directs and special stuff instead.
Also, they didn't have Nintendo Today in the past, so they could start doing some game releases, like release dates dropped on Nintendo Today.
Yeah, I hate it when they do that. It's so dumb. But yeah,
they
have. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I hate it. But anyway, let's say we do get this big direct, if not this month, next month, right? Maybe in summer we don't get that summer direct that we've come to hope for and expect over the years. We didn't get it last year, right? Even though the Switch 2 had just come out. And instead, what they do they have a special Zelda 40th anniversary direct presentation. Because if they have this big direct now, they'll give us probably the release dates for Splatoon Raiders and Fire Emblem. They'll announce the 3D Mario. Like they'll kind of do a lot of that already, but maybe they won't announce anything Zelda yet. And even though I think they could, but maybe if they save it and they have a direct in the summer that's just about Zelda stuff, they could be like, all right, in the fall, you're going to get an Oracle of Ages and Seasons remake. We have here is an update on the Zelda cast. So we'll learn like the voice of Ganondorf or Impa or something officially. And we'll share more later this year where they'll give us a trailer. And then they'll announce the park. They'll announce, a concert plan. And they'll be like, and also and then maybe Aonuma will come out perhaps for maybe the last time because he might be retiring soon. And we have one more thing to share. And it's like a 30-second teaser of Ocarina of Time remake. And it's just 2027. And that would give us like the Zelda thing for this year, 2D Zelda remake. It will excite us for something big next year. And it'll set up all the anniversary stuff. And I don't know. I think a direct like that would probably make every single Zelda fan cream their pants. So
Facts.
I don't think it's unrealistic either. Like,
Definitely Emperor mature.
For the pants creaming, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. I don't even know what we're talking about. We were talking about Mario, but I made it about Zelda.
Happens. You've been on the podcast. You know how many tangents and wandering ways we go down.
Yeah. It's the ADHD brain.
Welcome to the podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This whole podcast is ADHD brain.
Yeah.
All right. Any other thoughts on direct or anything like that, Mario?
I'm just excited to see it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I'm
prepared to wait until like
what have
summer,
they been
which would
cooking?
suck, but
I'm ready whenever it is, If it's next week, if it's in March or before the movie, which would still be in March, but later in March.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say that
I'm ready.
For 2023, they revealed the Mario game after the movie. But this would be a bigger game. This is not a 2D Mario. This would be a 3D. This could be an open space game, not even open world, open space. So, if it's open space, they might want to have some space to kind of let people understand how crazy it is.
And this is to, sell your Switch too, your new console. The last Mario was to just tack on more sales to our already uber successful Nintendo Switch. This has more writing on it.
Did you notice for the the Super Bowl, like they had a Galaxy commercial, but it was pretty Yoshi focused. And obviously Yoshi was just revealed, but I do wonder if like the idea is to like, hey, like Yoshi's a big deal, right? And if you kind of really portray that in the movie, I think these theories about Yoshi playing a significant role in the 3D game, not just Yoshi in the Mysterious Book, kind of make more sense.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I'll throw out there before we wrap up the direct thing. Obviously, we talked about Mario. That was the primary point of the conversation. To end with this, since potentially it's next week, do we believe Nash Weedle?
I believe that he has reliable sources, but I am concerned that maybe he's saying too much too early. There's a reason Nate the Hate doesn't say a lot until it's about to happen. It's not because he doesn't hear things, in my opinion. It's because he doesn't want to be wrong because plans change. So,
and he's got burned.
He's gone burned in the past. Nash, I think, has maybe even more sources than Nate, at least in terms of first party Nintendo things. But I think he says a lot very early, and so because of that, I'm a little, I'm worried. But I mean, also, I think people are keep thinking, oh, third week of February. He said he's had multiple sources say different things for February and March. It's not totally solidified. One more source recently shifted to February, but that does not change that there are sources indicating there's still a window of time there. So like my brain is just kind of thinking in regards to the rumor, if the rumor is even true, February to March. I'm prepared to wait until the end of March in terms of giving the rumor kind of like hope, but also if we exclude the rumor, I'm prepared to wait till June, which I think would be a bad move by Nintendo, but Nintendo's done dumb things before.
What do you think, Alyssa?
Well, the gamer in me wants it next week, but the content creator in me doesn't, because I won't be able to live react to it, so that makes me sad. So that part of me doesn't want it to happen. I'll have to avoid the internet all day just in case. But I'm not really sure if it's next week. I'll believe when Nate the Hate says something next week that it's happening. I don't think we wait till June, though. I could see sometime in April at the latest, maybe if they want to wait till after the Mario movie comes out and kind of recap on that a little bit and then kind of show some more Zelda stuff. Because I think we could see one Zelda game before the movie for this year, but I don't think they're going to do the 40th and show a whole bunch of Zelda things until after the Mario movie. I think they kind of want to focus on Mario right now.
Yeah. Something I'll add that I forgot to mention. It's not that I don't have hope for a direct soon. It's just a big thing. So I need, I'm going to talk about and have hope.
It's a huge swing.
Yeah.
It's the biggest swing Nash, I think, has ever taken. And I say this not because he hasn't said some big things before and then been right or been wrong. Because, yes, we talk about all the things Nash has been right about. He's also been wrong about some stuff. However, that's because no leaker insider is ever 100% right. Nate the Hate's been wrong on stuff too. Still waiting on Planet Kirby Robobot. Still waiting on
the Fire Emblem remake.
And the Fire Emblem remake, which, by the way, those all could still be coming. It's just, things change, plans change, things shift. But I do want to point out that with this and the big swing, the reason why this feels like a bigger swing than when you guys can say the biggest swing was when Nate the Hate missed, saying that it will be Switch will be revealed in March of 2024, right? That was a really huge swing. He talked about it since October the year prior, and then literally a week before the supposed console delay, he literally said it will be. He was definitive. And then a week later,
BGC's like, you're wrong.
So yeah, that's a pretty big swing and miss. I think the difference this time is at that time in 2024, we still had a lineup of games for Switch One. Regardless if you thought the lineup was good or not, there was definitely a plan and a path for games still on Switch One that they had mapped out and planned out, all the way up to 1,000-Year Door and all that. So we knew there was games coming still for Switch One that would indicate that maybe the new system might not be that year just because there's still a game every month coming out. Regardless if you guys think it's a great lineup, it was still a lineup. But then right now, there's a lot of happy Switch 2 owners, of course. I'm one of them that's already satisfied with the system, even if nothing else came out, just because it upgrades my entire Switch 1 library. That alone was enough for me to buy a new system. Then you throw on that Bonanza is just fucking awesome. And I really enjoyed Age of Imprisonment. It's okay, I'm kind of good already because I don't need 30, 40, 50, 60 games to justify buying a system. I don't. Oftentimes in the past, I bought a system just for a single game because that experience was worth the price of the console and the game. I know people think that's crazy, but there's going to be a lot of people doing that for GTA 6 coming up. People have that game that, hey, I just need that one game and it doesn't matter what it costs because I enjoy it that much. Breath of the Wild that launched for Switch was that for me. Didn't matter. Amazing. I would do that all over again. If that was the only game that ever released on that platform, I'd do it all over again. Hell, I'll just say this right now. Nintendo Land for Wii U. Dude, that game alone made me not regret buying a Wii U. That game was fantastic. We're never going to get another one because it requires a system like Wii U to do it. But God, that was fucking awesome. But that's me. And I know there's other people that are satisfied as well, just with the fact that upgrades your Switch 1 games alone was enough for a lot of people. Although that makes it kind of feel like a Switch Pro, which I get. But I do want to throw this out there. And that is that setting those people aside, there's a lot of people that own a Switch 2, or a lot of people on the fence, or a lot of people that have been negative about the system so far that are just kind of waiting, that haven't seen a game that tells them this is why I need a new system. If you own Switch 1, you could be like, yeah, I didn't get to play Bonanza or Mario Kart World, but Mario Kart World, I saw the online discourse. Looks like 8 Deluxe is better anyway, so who cares? Bonanza's cool, but like Odyssey reviewed way higher, so like I'm good. I got Odyssey. And hey, yeah, the upgrades are cool, but I just don't care. I don't care about 60 FPS or the higher resolution. I'm already happy with my current system. Nothing's been shown to make me be like, this is why I need a new Nintendo system. And I think that is a reason that this feels like such a big swing. One, no one else is saying 3D Mario is this year. Literally nobody else. There's not a single insider, leaker, anyone saying 3D Mario is this year. It's very weird. Well, Stash, but he's not. Unless Stash is a leaker. And
you don't have this right here.
Yeah, it's your brain. Yeah,
you don't have to be.
On introduction, I know all that. Make fun of me. Nate 2028. Look, the point is that that's still a guess. Stash doesn't know, right? He's just connecting dots and going, hey, it makes sense to come out this year. Sure. It always made sense to come out this year. I never argued against it making sense. My logic was just different than his, and my logic's probably wrong. And that is totally fine. I'm wrong all the time. I'll just restart. I'll just restart destroyed me on many a podcast, and now it's Stash's turn to destroy me.
Hey, well, to be fair to you, apparently Metroid Prime 4 is a commercial flop.
Well, we'll see. I think it's going to depend if Nintendo ever says that out loud. And I
don't think Metroid Prime 4 is actually a commercial flop. I don't think it's the 10 million seller we want it to be. But we always knew that was unrealistic.
Anyways, so because of the situation with Switch 2, where most people feel like we haven't really gotten that game, and I guess, you know, if people want to argue Bonanza, I guess the point that some people bring up is that it started as a Switch 1 game. So it started Mario Kart World, technically. So like, if people feel like we haven't gotten the game that really shows we needed this system, we can all say we did because of performance of the game, but okay, that's old games. What about new? So for Nash to come out at a time when people are on edge, especially when a partner showcase happened, when the entirety of the Nintendo fan base wanted that to be a general direct, to come out right now and say we're getting a general direct period by the end of March at the worst, and 3D Mario is going to be in the direct, and it's going to be the game this holiday, and we're going to get a new project or some sort of project from Monolith. I shouldn't say new project, but a project from Monolith, which again excites some people because they think that Monolith could be like a showcase game, at least showing off the power of the system, even if it doesn't sell well. It leads people to get really, really excited. But as Andres restarts, it's like, it's hard to be like, I 100% want to buy in, because it's kind of nerve wracking because people are on edge right now. And this pushes them all the way to the edge. And if he's wrong, it's going to hurt.
It's going to be really ugly.
It's going to hurt. And I'll be okay. Like he said, like he's good till June. Look, I'm already satisfied with the system, but as a content creator, I don't know if I'll be good till June, but I'll make it work.
It'll be hard.
Yeah, it'll be hard, but I'll make it work, just like I did back in 2024, where it was also really hard. But it's one of those things where it's the timing of the swing he's taking more than what the swing is. That is like, damn, this isn't where we already know about a bunch of games coming, that are going to be those tentpole games. It's where we got Fire Emblem, we got a spin-off Splatoon game, and we have an unknown new IP, an unknown property in Dustbloods. So Nintendo doesn't feel like they have a big gun out at the moment for this year. Now, I understand Gen 10 Pokemon can end up changing some minds, and maybe it will. We don't know. That's something that we're fairly confident is going to be shown off this month. But
there's different audiences, though.
Different audiences for Pokemon than some of Nintendo's other games. So I feel like the timing of when he's doing this is when it's like, okay, this is one of the reasons, guys, that I said, if he misses on this entirely, which I mean entirely, no general direct by the end of March, and 3D Mario doesn't even come out this year. They don't even show it. As much as that would make me smile a little bit and be like, Stash, we're 1 year closer.
Yeah, you might smile a little bit, but you'll be smiling in a dumpster.
Smile is just me smirking at Stash. It's not me actually being happy. And while they can make, and while Nintendo can announce other games, and they could shock the world, and Ocarina of Time remake comes out this year, and we're getting Luigi's Mansion 4 and something like cool. They could do other things. I'm not arguing Nintendo can't have other games that aren't 3D Mario that I can get really excited for. I can't get excited for Nash Weedle anymore because at the time he's taking this swing is at the time when people are on edge. And when he's wrong, as Andres Restart says, that's very ugly. And I want no part of that ugliness in the future from him. Because he will have shown that if this doesn't happen, there's no general and there's no 3D Mario, that his sources might be full of shit. And maybe they did get lucky with Donkey Kong last year. Now, there's reasons to believe, by the way, that Nash Weedle does have real sources. Ironically, RGT85 put Nash Weedle on blast yesterday, and then today came out with his own independent source confirming a Nash Weedle rumor.
Corroborating.
I can't say confirm, it's not announced yet, but corroborating a Nash Weedle rumor, which is hilarious because if that God of War thing's real, and we're going to get to that in the next topic, it's like, okay, well, Nash came out and said it publicly first. It's coming to Switch 2.
Yeah. So apparently, God of War rumor has existed for a while.
Yeah. This game existing has been something that's been known for a bit with insiders.
It coming to Switch 2 is the big scoop from Nash Weedle. Which, by the way, I don't know if you noticed, but I saw on Twitter there were outlets reporting it. But they were only reporting the Nate the Hate corroboration and not the Nash Weedle OG post.
Yeah,
of course.
They don't want to give him credit.
Convenient.
Yeah. And by the way, Nate doesn't even know if it's coming to Switch 2. He just said at the time that he heard about this game last year, it was multi-plat. At no point did he say he heard it was coming to Switch 2.
And he also is not, to be clear, Nate the Hate has not said that he knows it's coming. He just heard whispers that it was
and this was a while ago. Like, this isn't recent. He hasn't heard anything recently. And then RGT comes out and says, no, a very reliable person that has no reason to lie to me 2 weeks ago. He literally said 2 weeks ago, told him this game is coming to Switch 2.
Also, this might be the what the fuck game.
Well, maybe. Yeah, I know that was in your video. I don't think it is, but that's okay.
Well, Kiwi actually quote tweeted it.
Yeah. I know.
Are we flipping to the next topic?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can flip over. But I just hold on. Let's finish.
Can I add one thing? One thing about the direct thing. There's reason to think there's going to be a direct. It's very as Prime was saying. Like, there's just a lot riding on this, so I want to be cautious. But
yeah, that's the thing. There's so much riding that if he's wrong, it hurts, and it hurts to the point that I'm not going to get involved with him anymore. However, if he's right, the exact opposite happens.
It changes. Yeah,
it changes literally everything. He instantly becomes one of the most reliable insiders. Period.
I just want to say that if you look at Switch 2 release dates for Switch 2 release dates, they stop at March. So
yeah, that's like the logical thinking that there has to be something before the end of March. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Nintendo could handle it through social media to get them to later, which would be lame, but they've done it before.
Yeah, and if they want to argue, we have Tamagotchi Life in April, so we can wait all the way till the end of April. Fine,
you could, but it wouldn't be a Switch 2 game, and it's just kind of like this is early on Switch 2 era. You would think Nintendo.
Put it this way: it's a bad look to have the Mario movie come out, and a Yoshi game's coming in spring, and we don't know when it's coming. That doesn't make any sense.
Also, this is the beginning of a generation. Nintendo should be coming out guns swinging, and it doesn't feel like they're coming out guns swinging.
No, they're coasting. And it's working. And at some point, you have to deliver. You can't coast forever.
They're not coasting.
Right. Then they're not if they have a direct by the end of March.
Dash, explain.
But they have a timeline. Ye have no faith. They have a timeline. They always have. How long have we been doing this for? Like, how long we've been following Nintendo for?
Yeah, but 2024 really did suck.
They always have a timeline, guys. Like, there's always a plan in place. There's always a master plan. And when you least expect it is when they drop Super Mario Wonder, Pikmin 4, and Super Mario RPG. When you think that they're completely out of gas. And then that's what they did. And everyone was shocked. This happens all the time, which is why I don't know why everyone was shocked. But that's what happens every time. Everyone has the same shocked reaction. They forget everything Nintendo's ever done, all the history. It's just like, it's not only logical, but there's a great historical precedence for it. Ed, I do want to give my answer because you never asked me.
Yeah, well, I did. I actually did throw in, hey, what do you think of Nash? But obviously, I wanted to get your logic there first. Yeah.
So for Nash, I trust him. Did this for a long time. I've said this for, I think, year or two since I started coming on the podcast. I trust this guy. I think that if the direct is not next week, all that means, and anyone who can understand a big picture and can think like an adult, okay, which is not a lot of people, mind you. That's the sad part. Is
Dude,
that
I love the insult. Dude, he throws out these insults, and I'm the one shit on tomorrow.
dude? It's not towards you.
I know.
Obviously,
You say
in
these
general.
things, like, you talk about everyone's got like mental illnesses, and I'm just sitting back. The next day, I'm getting attacked, and I didn't even say anything.
Well, look, this is the thing, man. If it's not next week, all that means is, and this is like any company, again, like I have to pull from my own experience working in management for 20 years. Timelines are fluid. Things change behind the scenes all the time. I cannot tell you how many times got pulled into last minute meetings and something that you planned for, a project that you had ready, that you worked on, you're like a direct, everything's ready to go. Oh, we got to move it to this week because this happened. And we never find out about any of that. And what everyone does is they point fingers and say, that guy's a liar. Which is fucking stupid. You know, I don't swear a lot. That's fucking stupid.
Yeah, you said shit.
That's irrational.
Go all in on the stash.
It's irrational. It's immature. It just, again, it just shows you don't think like an adult. Like your brain hasn't developed to that point, apparently. It's sad. Or you just have hive mind like everyone on social media, right? Where you just all think the same. And you just all clown on people together, which is stupid. But this is how society mainly works. So look, I trust him. It could, if it's not next week, that's not going to change. This guy, like Nash Riedel, doesn't do this for like fame or anything. He doesn't.
He doesn't even have that many followers.
He's not into that though. Like that's not his thing. People don't come out and do this. Like for that, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of people who want to be leakers, right? Or they want to be relied on for this kind of stuff, for like rumors. That's really not who he is.
Attention seekers. That's what I call them.
That's not who he is, man. So hopefully it is next week, but if it's not, man, it's just like I just know the internet's gonna be so stupid and so immature.
So what I fear
sad.
is going to happen, right? Because and that's the thing, Stash. Like there are times, like I'm not a leaker, but there are times certain people tell me things, and I'm like, oh, that sounds awesome. I'm not going to say anything though, because I know plans can change. I know, and I don't want to get people excited for something at the chance it changes. I mean, we heard about the Switch 2 reveal in early 2024. The same Nate the Hate said that publicly, right? But like there were other people that heard that it was about to get revealed, and then it didn't. So I know the people who don't have inside sources assume that that's just all a lie and a fabrication. But my belief is that there was a great level of leak bait, or it was actually an internal shift. And so my point is that, like, that's why I try to always be cautious, even if I believe the source 100%. And I feel it's going to happen.
You
here.
word it carefully in your videos. Like you do a good job with that.
Thank you. At least you think so. So other people don't think so.
I know, but again, the other people are the people that I just explained. Keep that in mind.
You
It's
said
true.
it. You said it.
I did. It's true.
But what I fear is going to happen is that the Direct's not going to happen next week, and God of War is not going to be announced in the State of Play tomorrow. And people are going to be like, "Oh, see, he's a liar." But then 3 months from now, God of War is going to be announced for Switch 2.
Well, none of the rumors have God of War tomorrow. None of them say it's coming in the State of Play.
I know, but this is how it works in a lot of people's brains. They make these
tomorrow
leaps.
or it's fake. I'm like, but none of the rumors said it's tomorrow.
Right. And so, like, long term, what's going to happen is that because we pay attention, we're like, oh, wait, so Nash said all these things were going to happen, and eventually they will all be announced. But if they don't happen on the timeline that people want it to happen, he's a liar, even though that's not actually what's been said. So, but I am a little nervous about him hearing multiple sources saying February next week. Like that to me makes me a little anxious. We'll see what happens, but I mean, I agree with you, Stash. He's gone way too much right for me to be like, okay, there's no way, there's no accuracy to this.
Yeah.
Anyone else want to comment on if they believe Nash or not? No? Okay. I want to throw out there quick before we move on, because we've already talked about the God of War stuff. We're obviously going to go in on that again. Sky Sword Alyssa has hit 500 subscribers. So just want to give her a shout
Congratulations.
out.
Yes.
Big milestone, small creator.
You worked your ass off for it.
Oh, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, everybody, tonight, too. This is awesome.
Records happen on this show.
Very
man.
surreal. I was waiting for it. I'm like, when are the tears going to come? Then Nate throws it on the screen.
Yeah. We've had Game Bird hit milestones on the show. We've had other guests. I think it's important to recognize this show is about everyone, the whole YouTube community coming together, supporting each other. She does excellent content and live streams.
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, look at that 24-hour live stream celebration. Look at that. You ain't gonna find that shit on my channel.
I had to break it up into it. Says 11:44, but there's a second part. It was 24 hours, I promise.
Yeah, because YouTube only goes up to 12 and then it cuts it off.
Yeah.
So if you want to
I
keep it
don't know
all,
how you
you
can
have
do
to
that.
follow and start a new one. Yeah.
A lot of
24
willpower.
hours.
A lot of willpower.
It was a little rough towards the end, I won't lie.
Maybe poor blood circulation too.
I mean, I got up and like walked around and stretched and stuff, but
My gosh, we're just got savagery going on in this show.
I don't even leave. I
I'm
just stay
saying,
here.
like, when I'm sitting, like right now, my thighs feel really uncomfortable for how
Oh,
long.
I had to move a moment ago, so I'm feeling okay now. But I went to get ice water, and I was like, "Oh, I'm good now."
Actually, in fact, okay, look, there's a stand. Okay,
Yeah, getting up and just walking a bit, and just it really just wakes it back up, and then things are good. Let's get to our last topic before the Q&A. Stash man,
the chair. There we go.
what are we talking about?
Engage the thighs.
Yeah, so guys, there's some rumors, some news, all very, like, this is really, really exciting stuff. For me, like, genuinely, I'm excited to talk about this. Now look, the first one, we'll hit this first, is about a Sony IP. Again, we just mentioned it, God of War. Now, I'll tell you guys right now, I've played all the God of War games. I absolutely love them, but especially the last two. So God of War and God of War Ragnarok, amazing games. I think the Nintendo community would love them. Will we ever get them? Who knows? However, we might be getting this God of War Metroidvania, and you guys know how much I love Metroidvania. So Nash Weedle is saying that the Metroidvania God of War spinoff, which again, this has been rumored for a while, but it was never rumored, of course, to come to Switch 2. Why would it? Sony IP. That is, again, what the big scoop is here. Nate the Hate has heard a while ago about a multi-platform 2D God of War game. And then RGT85 said he had heard 2 weeks ago that it is coming to Switch 2. So it very much sounds real. Let me ask, how long ago did Nash mention that this was coming to Switch 2? Was he the first on that?
He's the first person that I'm aware of that said publicly it's coming to Switch 2. Multi-platform has been around for a little bit since last year, but not Switch 2 mentioned specifically.
Good. I'm glad. I like that. So look, yeah, God of War, Metroidvania, 2D. What do you guys think? You know, I think of Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown.
Yeah, that's what
2D Metroidvania. Like, how would it be similar or different to something like that?
Yeah, I mean, I know The Lost Crown was a game that was good, that not enough people played, and I'm one of them. I played the demo. It's not that I didn't think it was good, but it just wasn't enough to get me. Like, it wasn't enough to captivate me to be like, oh, I gotta buy this.
That's fair, dude. That's why they're not around anymore.
I do like Metroidvanias. I mean, whenever there's a Metroid one, I play the crap out of it. You know, I like Ori. I haven't finished Silk Song, but I have enjoyed what I've played so far. And the only reason I haven't finished Silk Song is just because I've been playing other things. It's been a busy time.
Yes.
Yeah. And I would say, first off, just for the sake of the Clips channel, throw a little recap in. Yeah, it was Nash Weedle who said that it's going to come to Switch 2 with this unannounced game. Nate the Hate saying that, hey, he's heard about this, but he not Switch 2 specifically, just heard whispers last year. And then RGT85 came out today and said he was told 2 weeks ago it's coming to Switch 2, PS5, and PC, notably not Xbox. But again, this game hasn't even been revealed yet. Now, could it be revealed in the state of play? Sure. By the time you're listening to this audio-wise, state of play probably already happened, and we already know. What's interesting is I think God of War is an excellent IP to try to do something with this in a spin-off sense. I think it can make a lot of sense in a side-scrolling Metroidvania-style game. And I think if they can go back to Kratos before he became a dad, go back to a bit of a younger version of Kratos when he's a bit more agile, like the old school God of War games. I think there's a lot of potential here to do something that people are going to really, really like. So, and the interesting part, of course, is it's yet another Sony IP with a spinoff doing something on Nintendo. First was Horizon, of course, with Lego. I mean, you could talk MLB The Show, but that wasn't Sony's choice. That was MLB saying, no, you got to put this everywhere. For a new contract to keep the licensing agreement. So it wasn't Sony's decision. If it was up to Sony, they would have never done that. But MLB gets a say on their own stuff, and MLB said, no. There is no other baseball game right now. You need to put this on everything, because 2K backed out after failing to keep up with what Show had going on. Just like EA backed down because they couldn't keep up with what 2K had going on with the NBA. So it's not that MLB won't sign with other companies. Just no one else is willing to take on the beast. Fine. So then you got to take that beast and put it everywhere. That was the requirement. But Sony did make the decision to allow Horizon to be on Nintendo. And according to Nate the Hate, anyways, I don't know what the official data is, but apparently Lego Horizon didn't sell well anywhere. Didn't sell well on PlayStation, didn't sell well on Nintendo.
Didn't.
That doesn't mean it's a bad game. Just the interest level in a Horizon Lego game wasn't there. There is some thoughts from some fans that the interest in Horizon isn't as high as the sales numbers would indicate. Apparently, and I didn't pay attention to this, there was a forced Horizon bundle for a long time. That it was like the only bundle, it was like the only way you could buy a PS4. And so it's kind of like a packing game. It doesn't necessarily mean that people liked it. So very curious on. And then we had Forbidden West come on. That did well, but it didn't sell as well as the first one, number-wise. So it's kind of like, okay, very interesting to kind of see what I'm trying to say, guys. There seems to be some questions on if Horizon is actually as popular as the numbers seem to indicate that it is. Because other popular franchises, you guys know, do spinoffs. and do well. I mean, you see it with Nintendo all the time. Look at the billion spin-offs of Mario, billion spin-offs of Zelda, and then all those spin-offs seem to do well. Even Cadence of Hyrule did well.
I don't think it's as popular, by the way, at all.
Yeah, but and again, that's all speculative. But then we have God of War, which really hasn't had spin-offs. I think that this would be a smart spin-off. People love Metroidvanias. As long as they're, and if they come in and they're charging $40 for this, I think that would be a really intelligent decision for them. Yeah, you're going to value it more than Silk Songs. You're going to come in at a higher price, but don't go for that full $70. Undercut Metroid and just create a fantastic game. I think there's a lot of potential here for this, and God of War sales aren't inflated like that 40 million. You look at those God of War sales and you play God of War and it feels like, this is what it should be selling. It's a really fucking good series. Really fucking good. It was one of those prove it games on PS4 back when the first one after they kind of, I don't want to say rebooted the series because they kind of just jumped forward in time and made them older and have a kid. But when they did that back in 2018, I mean, I don't know, did it win Game of the Year? It was up for Game of the Year. It was a 94, one of the highest rated Sony games on PS4. It might not have won because I think Red Dead 2 came out that year, if I remember right. So that might have been what took it. But or was it Red? No, it was Red Dead 2 back then. Jeez, I keep getting confused when Red Dead's came. I keep forgetting how old Red Dead 2 is.
I know, it's crazy.
Dude, it really, wow, damn, that was a long time ago. I forget how Rockstar takes forever to make their games. So I always forget, like, Red Dead 2 to me feels like it was like 3 years ago, but no, that shit's getting eight years old. Like, holy shit. So yeah, I think that probably won Game of the Year that year, depending on when it came out. But I'd have to go back and look. I know we know. I'm just not willing to Google right now because I don't think it's that relevant. I think what matters is that I think this could work out really well for the series, and I think it could sell really well, even on Nintendo. I think it could actually sell really well. Portable format. Sony has already kind of bought into multiplat a bit, bringing almost all their games to PC eventually, some of their games to Xbox. Nintendo's really the place they haven't tested, and Nintendo happens to be the other popular platform. And while this is not bringing over like a mainline, if it does well, who's saying God of War PS4 can't come over down the line? If this spinoff does really, really well and introduces this character to Nintendo fans, and Nintendo fans eat it up, let's just ballpark. Let's say it does something fucking nuts because they sell it for $40 and it sells 10 million copies on Switch 2 lifetime. Sony might go, shit, should we bring over the PS4 God of War?
I'll tell you that it looks like a Switch 2 game.
Yeah, they need to. You make more money on software.
Yeah, and they're the ones that came out in their investors meeting that said our margins are really thin on our first party games because the budgets are so high. Okay, well, it's the chance to make some money on your library.
This is what we talked about, like a year and a half probably ago, 2 years. We're talking about the Indiana Jones IP, how expensive it is, why I think it's going to come to Switch 2.
Yeah,
we're talking about the Spider-Man IP.
Yeah, Spider-Man's another one that like it makes a lot of sense to go multiplat with because of the license.
It's so expensive.
Sony does not get all the money on those sales.
No, the margin is very thin, and the amount you have to sell to even break even. Multiplat just makes sense.
I do think it they got to look at how the sales are going too, right? Like, if they have evergreen sales, then maybe they never want to do it. But like if it sells 99% of what's probably going to sell lifetime in a year, then maybe at that point, like, all right, well, let's start thinking about getting a little bit more out of this.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, guys, the game's not announced. It could be announced tomorrow. That state of play is it the longest?
It's a fat one.
We've ever done?
Yeah.
Like it's really long compared to their usual state of plays. So there's obviously going to be a lot in it. Apparently not. This is the thing that's making people scratch their heads. Not Wolverine, even though that's scheduled for this year. Interesting. It also might feel like they're going to do a dedicated Wolverine event later, and that could be why it's not here.
Yes, I think
Which
they
could be-
need to.
Yeah. Wolverine needs a lot more explained about it, even though, yeah, the reveal was fantastic. So yeah, that's just kind of where my head is at with this game. If it does exist. If it does exist, let's say it is announced tomorrow, and hell, it's so multi-plat that Sony even decides to put the Switch 2 logo in the damn trailer during a PlayStation event, which they normally don't do stuff like that. That would be sick. And that would also be like, okay, well, one, RGT's friend was right. Two, Nash is right again on something very specific. That doesn't necessarily mean the direct is happening, guys. It still doesn't change any of that, but it's like, okay, because he put this out as a rumor, not as a leak express, which would probably help him verify that source as being reliable. Because that's what I kind of feel like. I haven't asked Nash directly, and I will next time they do a podcast. I'll put the Q&A question in and say, hey, Nash, how do you decide what's a leak express and what's a rumor?
It's a good question.
Like, and no one's asked him that yet. So I'm actually curious how he decides that. Because my theory, I have a theory that it's just a newer source that he does, that maybe he's vetted, but he's never leaked anything for. So, but we don't know. It's all a guess because
it also could be based on the amount of sources that he trusts.
Yeah, it could be single sourced versus other ones are multi-sourced. Yeah. Like, we don't know. So that's one of those things. Next time, since he seems to be doing these Attack the Backlog podcast, I'm going to make sure I get that question in the Q&A. I'll even super chat it and just be like, hey, let's just get this out of the way. What is the difference and how do you decide? And maybe we find out, the difference is like, it's not his sources at all. You know, maybe it's third, fourth hand information from a friend of his. Who knows?
Did you see who's reportedly working on the God of War Metroidvania?
No, I didn't.
Outside of Santa Monica Studio.
Cool.
And
good.
In collaboration with or developed by Megacat Studios.
Megacat. Hold on. That sounds familiar.
I mean,
that sounds very familiar. Hold on.
I talked to their PR manager on like a regular basis. I was just emailing with them.
Five Nights at Freddy's.
Last night.
Backyard Baseball. Angry Video Game Nerd. Okay, I think it's Five Nights at Freddy's is probably why I know them, and the Angry Video Game Nerd game.
I haven't seen any games that looks like they could make something like this. This would be
a pretty big game for them.
I mean, if it's collaborative, they may handle certain elements of it, but
yeah, I'm sure someone from Santa Monica is probably running the project for sure, at least. But yeah, those for the backyard sports games, Angry Video Game Nerd, and obviously Five Nights at Freddy's, which is like the thing that sells the most for them.
If it's announced tomorrow at the PlayStation State of Play, I'll ask them.
Okay, yeah.
After it's announced, like, hey, are you working on this? Is Google correct or not?
Is Google correct, or is this like it's like bullshit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they have a whole list of like, their team has worked on a bunch of different games. They don't name, but like they go over like, hey, we have people on our team that worked on Witcher 3. We have people on our team that worked on Gears 5. People on our team that did Far Cry 6. So like they have like AAA experienced developers on their team too. So interesting. Notably a ton of Ubisoft games. What a shocker. Ubisoft employees are going to all the indie studios. Who knew? Like literally, right? Assassin's Creed Shadows. We have people on our team that worked on Shadows. That was just last year. So like some talent is going to other places. And we have seen Ubisoft had a lot of talent. Just look at Expedition 33 that's primarily made by ex-Ubisoft employees. Ubisoft had a lot of talent and they treated them like trash. I mean, look, they're actually right now, this isn't one of the news stories today, but I don't know if you guys noticed. There's actually they're picketing outside the headquarters right now. Ubisoft employees.
Seen that?
Yeah. They're very unhappy that they're being blamed for everything when it's all the management's decisions that were the problem, not them. And the email they got that got leaked, it was pretty scathing of the employees, and the employees are like, "What the fuck? We didn't make any of these decisions, so fuck you." And so Ubisoft, I don't know if they're gonna be around in 5 years. I'm just gonna Gonna be honest.
I mean,
And if they are, it's because
very close last year
Yeah.
to being bought out by Tencent.
Yeah,
so.
I got a feeling like in 5 years they're going to be owned by Tencent or something, and that's the only reason they still exist because their mismanagement seems pretty bad. And I understand, guys, we don't have all the inside information, but we've had reports on their bad management for decades at this point. And I appreciate Yves wanting to try to keep it more independent. But buddy, it starts with you. You're at the top. You allowed this to happen.
Yes, the shit rolls downhill. That's how it works.
Yeah. You allowed the bad management. You allowed them to continue to blame others instead of holding them accountable for what's happening underneath them. Because you can blame others all you want. If you're in charge, you're responsible for them. So if it really is their fault, well, it's your fault for not getting on their ass to stop it. There you go. It's your fault. You're a bad manager. Get the fuck out. But
100%.
And they had all that sexual harassment shit come out, and barely anyone got let go. I'm like, okay, this is pretty fucked up. This shit comes out at Activision, the whole fucking company is sold, and those people are all fucking canned because Microsoft canned them all. Oh, Ubisoft, yeah, I don't want to sell. We're just gonna let the company take into oblivion and just keep laying people off. What the fuck, man? And then you think, oh, maybe the employees really were bad, and then you see ex-employees create Expedition 33, and you're like, no, your employees are insanely talented. You just what the fuck you're doing management wise.
Mm-hmm.
That's my opinion on that situation. That is a news story, by the way. I guess we covered that story. Anyone else have thoughts on God of War? The doggo have any thoughts?
Sorry, I'm like, Archie, sit down. No, she just said I have to make an appearance. I'm in the logo, and we hit 500, so she had to come on.
Well, there you go. Plus, I was like, this is a Twilight Princess situation. Let's go.
Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, she can take over for me.
There you go. She's the new host. Okay, anyone else have thoughts on God of War? Should we move on?
I'll man on it. Like just from the concept, from the idea, with how much I obviously love Metroidvanias and God of War. This sounds like an awesome project. So I'm excited to see it. Hopefully we see it tomorrow. I mean, you'd think we'd see it tomorrow, right?
No, we'll see. But again,
we'll see.
You were there.
Nash did
we are
also
gonna
say
see Black Flag tomorrow, right?
Oh, dude. Okay. So clarifying the Black Flag stuff, guys. So there was obviously I don't even call it a leak. There's just straight up something for sale right now that's about a Black Flag 4 remaster. Like straight up, it's just official merchandise for sale. Like there's no more beating around the bush. Forget all the rumors. It's real. Okay. Now the thing is, we know at the Ubisoft earnings call that game that hasn't been announced yet has been quote unquote delayed. But you guys don't understand the story. And I don't say all of you, but a lot of people reporting on this today saying like, oh, why are they even selling this now? That game's been delayed a year. No, it was delayed to the next fiscal year, not the next year. Ubisoft's fiscal year begins the same time Nintendo's does, April of this year. It was just delayed out of January, February, March. Because remember, guys, the rumors all had it coming out in these 3 months. That delay they reported just means it's just pushed back to later this year. Yep. They just needed more time with it because they don't, Ubisoft has had a really, really bad reputation with a lot of things. Black Flag is actually one of their really, really good games. So if it needs more polish or whatever it needs, plus they're obviously dealing with people backlashing them right now that could be part of the team working on it. So they're just delaying it till later this year. At least that's probably the internal plan. Could get delayed further. Don't know, but yeah. Assassin's Creed, they can't fuck this one up. They fuck this one up. I don't think they will. I don't think the developers will.
I'll be honest with you.
But
like, I still haven't reviewed it yet. It's on my list. Trust me.
It's such a good game.
But Shadows, I had put in like 80 hours, like I said, and I was near the finish line. I said, I'm going to hold. And part of the reason I held is because I also got very busy. It was like right when the Switch 2 experience in New York. And then I came back and it was just like sprinting for the rest of the year and still sprinting right now. And it's still on the list, but I got to tell you, like they did for the amount of press that game got for a variety of reasons, I guess, like people have
negative press. Yeah.
Yeah, people have their bones to pick, and not here to talk about that. Because from my standpoint, I was always like, yeah, I hear that. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. Can understand things, but how's the gameplay? Is it fun? You know what I mean? Let's focus on
is it fun to play?
the video game part of it, not the politics, not the other bullshit. The video games. Is it fun? Because this is why we play. And I had a great time. So that's why I'm confident that Black Flag would be no different.
My only pause with Black Flag being no different would be they delayed it, and let's say all the employees that were working on it decide to say fuck you and they quit.
True.
And they just release it anyways.
True. And then we don't get a patch for like a year.
That's what I worry, because Ubisoft has done this.
Well, we need those patches.
Star Wars Outlaws is legitimately a good game. It was not a good game at launch. It had way too many bugs and way too many fucked up problems. But they're all gone now. By the time we got it on Switch 2, it's a great experience. I'm like, Switch 2 players like, what were people bitching about with this game? I'm like, you just don't know. It was a broken fucking mess at launch.
Very much.
Yeah, and I worry about that with this game, where they might just say, hey, fine, you ain't gonna come back. We're gonna release the game anyways and make our money, and everyone's gonna buy it because it's Black Flag, and then they're gonna be pissed off, but we made some money back, so we don't care. And it's like, no, you do that. That's like a nail in the coffin, because now people can't even trust Assassin's Creed. Well, shit. Like, that was the one thing that, as you said, the whole reason that Shadow still sold pretty decent last year is because it's fun to play. It's still a fun Assassin's Creed game.
And also,
now people can't trust Assassin's Creed, then it's like, okay, there's like almost no faith in anything they're doing anymore.
AC Shadows, or AC in general, the IP has a big casual draw. Always has. That's a big reason why it's sold so well. The casual have no idea what the people are talking about.
No.
On the internet, and what they're upset about.
That's why I said if they release it and it's broken, a game they trust, now you're eroding the trust of even the general that don't pay attention. Because then they're like, oh, how could they dare release this game broken?
Yeah.
I just go play the original then.
Well, if it comes out in a poor state, Hmon in chat and I have decided we're going to call it Lack Flag instead of Black Flag.
All right. What's
well, right now it's Lack Flag because we don't have it on Switch 2.
He misspelled it on accident. I'm like, well, we could call it Lack Flag if it's lacking when it comes out, I guess.
That's pretty funny. All right. What's the next story we got, Stash?
So the next one is very exciting because it's something that we've all talked about on this podcast and, even probably outside of the podcast over the years. This has to do with Pokemon, but the older Pokemon games, specifically Fire Red, Leaf Green. The report is, the word on the street, let me say, is that they're coming likely to the eShop. So this wouldn't be part of NSO, which, again, that's something we've talked about on this podcast, because it's like, how do you do that? Because if they join NSO, now Nintendo's got to pay them out a cut, right? Or some portion of subscriptions maybe. And I don't know, if you can avoid that, maybe that's best. And so I think eShop, for me personally, sounds like a good idea. But what do you guys think?
Well, Pokemon Company, for starters, I know it's not coming down. So I actually mentioned it in my video.
I know it's not too, but we discussed it here.
Yeah, I've been told it's not. And I can't say more than that. I've just been told that it's not coming. Not the only one. Other people have been told as well. Other people are reporting it's not. It's straight up eShop, not NSO. We'll support Pokemon Home, that kind of stuff. That's already all out there. I just was able to I can't reveal much, but it's not going down. So that it's real. Like, this is actually happening. Now it's happening on Pokemon Day. I assume it's happening on Pokemon Day for the 30th anniversary. That I don't know. That I never clarified with sources, because I just assume it's that day. I don't need them to tell me, because they're advertising the 30th anniversary of Gen 1 literally at the Super Bowl. So come on. This is when you drop the news is on the 27th. I think, the reason they don't put it on NSO, it got nothing to do with money shares. It has to do with Pokemon because they got to share money on game sales too with Nintendo. It's they just think they'll make way the fuck more money doing it this way than NSO. Period.
This is the cleanest way to do it, though.
I've said this whole time whenever we just need Pokemon on NSO. They're never putting mainline Pokemon on NSO. It's never going to happen. It's time to get over it. And when this is announced, it'll be the confirmation you need that it's never happening. We're never getting mainline on NSO. It's not happening. They've already put spinoffs. They had no problem putting spinoffs. They're never putting mainline. It's too valuable to them. Every time they release something Gen 1, it sells like fucking crazy. Look at Let's Go. Like it, they're not going to do it. They make too much money doing it the way they do now.
There's a flip side to this. The flip side is that I think people would rather buy it digitally.
Well, I think that there is that, and what I've heard people say is why not both? And I said because you open up a can of worms. You open up the can of worms that if you're going to do both with this, why aren't we doing it both with all of the NSO stuff?
Exactly.
And that's a huge can of worms. Nintendo
snowball effect, dude. You don't want
to fucking touch that because they want you to. I'm not telling you right now. If Nintendo could convince TPC to put it on NSO, that's what Nintendo would want because they feel like it would increase subscriptions to NSO.
I'm just disappointed it's Fire Red, Leaf Green.
Well, why are you disappointed it's that? Because it is the 30th anniversary of Gen 1.
Valid. Very valid. I just want Gen 2 and 3.
Well, I think this does get us that step closer. Like this will already be out there, so next up would have to be the next gen, I would assume.
Yeah, but they never did a Fire Red, Leaf Green for Gen 2.
No, but just bringing Gen 2 back at all and selling it on the eShop.
I would love to see Crystal.
Yeah,
me
Crystal
too.
Nice.
I want to see Crystal.
I'm saying. Like them doing this opens them to putting the rest on the eShop.
Yeah,
I hope. I mean,
I don't
that
think
is
the
that
buck
is
stopped
true
here.
because they had Gen 1 and 2, the OGs, on the 3DS eShop, and they just forgot about that, which is very sad.
Well, yeah.
Let me ask you guys this:
from those days too, but
will this have integration with? I know we know about
Supposedly
Pokemon
it
Home,
will
but
work with
Pokemon
Pokemon
Champions.
Well, by extension, yes.
Yes,
right?
because you can import into Champions. Yeah.
What about Coliseum when it releases on GameCube NSO?
That's gonna be interesting to see if.
I'll just straight up.
We know it's no, or you assume it's no.
I gotta be really careful. I'll just say assume. But I'm just gonna say this. Look at every other game on NSO. It does not support home. You can't import Pokemon. We have Stadium. Can't do it with that.
Look at this.
So
Pokemon Coliseum, GBA titles, Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green, Emerald can be transferred to Pokemon Coliseum. So
the original. Yeah,
it's already in place. Why would you turn it off? It helps both parties.
Because of how it's delivered. One's done as a solo game release that you can just buy off the eShop. One's on NSO.
Yeah,
it's the same reason. You say both sides win. That doesn't make them actually cleanly interact. You have to actually implement home support into a game that's never had it. And it's just they didn't do it for any other spinoff on the eShop. None of them support home.
Is Coliseum the one that's currently that still hasn't come to NSO?
Yeah, it's the one that was previewed last April.
Yeah, that one.
There's also Gale of Darkness.
Gale of Darkness. Both of those were announced for GameCube already.
Wait, both were?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, it'll be a little unfortunate to not have some kind of compatibility, but also we have Stadium 1 and 2 also on NSO, and there's no compatibility there. You just have to live with the rentals.
You just look at it, and NSO has literally just been, here's the original game on NSO with save states. That's literally all they've ever done.
Plus the pushes for Coliseum.
What would be cool, though...
That's why people wanted these games on NSO, because then it would make sense that it could actually support it natively through NSO.
Which is great.
Maybe what they could do, though, is that with Pokemon Champions, maybe because we don't really know that much about Champions yet, but it is kind of like in a lot of ways, it's
like a successor to it kind of
to an extent, right? Like, so we don't know if there's gonna be rentals yet. Maybe we do know. I have to double check that. But if there are rentals, maybe
there's probably got to be a base that you can use without other games.
If there is, maybe they could have that compatible with some NSO for the NSO games. That would be neat. It'd be a nice little thing they could do. There's no guarantee. Eric, I know you've had your hand up, so I'm gonna shut up.
No, I just gotta tell you guys, I gotta head out. Something personal came up. Nothing bad, but I just gotta head out. So
okay,
I'll just let you know. It's I'll tell you in a second.
Yeah.
I hope it's good.
Yeah. No, it's fine.
Hope you're going to cash in a lottery ticket or something.
No.
You want to buy my channel, buddy?
Nothing good, but nothing bad. So
neutral.
Okay.
Neutral.
Yeah.
Okay.
Neutral. Okay.
All right. Okay.
See you guys later.
All right.
Yep.
Have a good night,
All
Nick.
right. Yeah.
All right. Continue to talk about what you're talking about. Andres. Pokemon.
I'm just saying it would be nice if with at least Champions they offer some compatibility to the NSO games. It's probably hopium, but it would be nice.
Well, you would think that the GBA games would have compatibility, right? The eShop games
With Champions. With Champions, if they have compatibility with Home, then everything that works with Home is all compatible with each other. I think someone lost connection, and it might be me.
I'm not frozen.
I'm not
Stash is
frozen either.
Maybe it's just Stash.
And then there were two.
No, I'm here.
It's our show now.
I was just hearing what was going on. All right.
We lost Stash though.
Oh no.
Oh wait, Stash is going.
Yeah, Stash is frozen.
His internet might have went out. Ah, shit. God, we're gonna play a game of whack fuck here. I didn't realize Eric leaves and then Stash vanishes. It could be he closed the browser, or maybe he's coming back in. We'll see a little bit. I could text him quick too here, just to see what's going on. There he goes. Yeah, he might have closed his browser or his internet might have crashed. I'll send him a
now you can
check.
see all the cat hairs.
Yeah, I think somebody earlier asked if they could see Ruby, but that's up to you.
I showed her for a little bit, but
you did
I may show her again if it comes up in the Q&A at the end.
So the only other story, so I guess with Pokemon, are we kind of good with Pokemon? Like, we expect this to be announced.
Yeah,
it makes sense. 30th anniversary. We were kind of thinking. I was hoping it was going to be Gen 1 through 3. In some way, I'm not surprised that they're trying to make more money out of it. That was kind of a common talking point. But I hope you're right, and this is just the beginning of more.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I know it's kind of hopium that it is the beginning. It's a Pokemon company. They could literally do nothing.
I mean, the thing is, it's money just sitting there for them. I also am curious how it's going to be priced. Right, Fire Red, Leaf Green. How much are we going to pay for that? For example, if 2 years from now they drop Gen 2 on the eShop, not Heart Gold, that'd be amazing, but just base gold, silver, and crystal,
sure.
I would probably spend $10 if maybe $10 tops. After that, it kind of feels ridiculous if it's not even.
Yeah, a lot of people are like, "What's the price going to be?" And I'm like, "Well, to me, this is TPC." Selling them individually. I hope
they're $5, but
I think they might be $30 or $40 a pop.
Yeah, I'm thinking
it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
People are going to be pissed, and they're still going to sell millions of copies.
Yeah, exactly.
If it's a combo pack and it's upscaled, okay.
I assume there has to be some upscaling. You're not releasing 160p. It has to be upscaled. If they drop 160p and even charge $5 on a 1080p handheld, get the fuck out of here.
They're gonna do it though.
Emulate this shit for free and have 1080p. Get the fuck out of here. Don't do that. It needs to be base upscaled. I realize that doesn't necessarily make the pixels look a whole lot better, but it can't be so fucking blurry that I can't even see the fucking characters.
They also got to have the scan lines.
Have you ever blown up 160p, guys, on a 1080p monitor? Holy fucking shit, you can't see. It has to be upscaled. Like, it's just impossible to release them if it's not upscaled. They even upscale all the ones on NSO. So it'd be doing less than they do on NSO and charging more. Just fuck no. But there's no way. But this is the Pokemon Company. Bare minimum is what they like to do. And I guess bare minimum of, hey, you can technically play it.
Yeah, well, it's interesting for me. It's almost like more fun to just find a Game Boy and restore the games and just play it that way. If we're talking about spending $30+, I'm like, I'll just find a Game Boy and get it to work instead. Like that would just be more interesting to me.
So Stash is texting me, guys. He's like, "You guys are still on, right? I was talking, but then everyone disappeared. I don't know what's going on."
No, you disappeared.
Yeah, he disappeared.
I know. It's like apparently my router's saying I have no internet, but then it's also saying I do have internet. I'm like, all I know, man, is you froze and you vanished, and we're still live. Check out the stream on your phone. It ain't us.
I wasn't sure though, because like from my perspective, I was the only one working for a little bit. Then Alyssa, like you were frozen too for a moment, or you were just being really still.
I was being really still. I was
Okay.
staring at something, so I was being really still. That happens sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, you had left briefly. You had turned off your camera.
What I also love is this comment that I just read in my chat. Just to shout out, we'll get to the super chats and all that in a moment here. After we go through, make sure we went through all the stories from Stash's topic. But this comment from Skiller Babcock is like, "Damn, you're still streaming? First time podcast? We're usually live 2+ hours from now. We're actually ending the show early. I want you to understand, this is going to be an early end for the NintenByte podcast. So I don't know what you're talking about. Damn, you're still streaming. It should be damn, we're almost done with our topics. Like, this is wild. We usually aren't. It's because we're not doing a fourth topic. We're down a co-host. Andres Restart was here, and it just kind of feels right. Obviously, Stash have internet problems. Eric had it. So it's kind of one of those, it kind of works out that we're having a bit of a short.
I'm very happy to move on to Q&A.
Yeah. If you're listening to the audio version, guys, Stash internet went out. He is confused about it, but it went out. And Eric had to leave. Can't talk about why. And Gamebird, if you guys remember, isn't here because unfortunately his grandfather is passing away at the moment, or already has passed today. It's, it's up to him if he wants to talk more about that, but he did ask for thoughts and prayers from the community. If you guys want to give him some thoughts and prayers, because it's going to be especially, he talked about how it's going to be especially hard for him. So, yeah. So, I mean, I can't even guarantee he'll be on next week. The grieving process is one of those things that you can't put a timetable on that. So, he did want to still be here because he thought it might be a nice distraction for him, but he's not in that mindset. So, that said, the last story I think he had on here was just about the state of play, because Nash said there's a game, at least one that's coming to Switch doing it. Do we think it's that God of War game, or do we think it's something else?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know. That's the thing. We're gonna know.
I mean,
tomorrow.
like the thing is, what we know has us think it's the God of War thing,
but then there's going to be third-party games in here, and a lot of those keep coming to Switch too.
It's just interesting. I'm curious about the presentation for two reasons. One, I do want to see what's significant there. If it is actually, if we do watch the show, and we're like, wow, there was actually significant Switch 2 stuff there that bodes well for Nash's credibility, which bodes well for the other stuff, right? But on the other flip side, I've been using my PlayStation more lately because, quite frankly, the first few months of Switch 2 have kind of sucked. Hold on. I almost said that incorrectly. The first few months of this year for me have sucked. I don't care about Mario Tennis. I don't care about Tomodachi Life. I probably don't care about Pokopia. I don't care about the Animal Crossing update. So the first 4 months of Switch 2 are basically, there's nothing for me that I want to buy. So I have to play on my PlayStation.
I do want to note before we get to the Q&A that apparently Pokopia is like really fucking good.
I saw that. So
every preview agrees it's really fucking good, which is why the previews never always agree. I can't find a single preview that's negative.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So maybe that'll change my mind and I'll buy Pokopia, right? So that there is that. And to be clear, I've loved the first 6 months of Switch 2, the first 7 months of Switch 2. Like 2025 was great for me, but these first few months have been just uninteresting.
Put it this way.
Personally.
There's a couple pieces of faith on why people could think Pokopia was going to be good before the previews happened. One, it's made by the Dragon Quest Builder team. Two, now the previews are saying not only does it feel like Dragon Quest Builders 2, it's kind of like a crossover between that and Viva Pinata. Also a really excellent video game.
Interesting.
Yep. And they came on an interview and said it's like 20 to 40 hours, but there's also a post game, and also you can play for even longer because it's kind of a make your own experience game. And there's multiplayer in it, which would obviously make that last even longer. So it's all about the individual play. And so basically, it's not a never-ending game, but it can be a never-ending game. It's a weird thing.
The part where it ends makes me happy.
Yeah, there is an
that
end.
sounds bad. It's just
you can roll credits and beat the game.
Okay, so there is a story there, and that might be. See that to me is interesting, right? Like the Tomodachi Life Animal Crossing gameplay loop where you kind of play endlessly is not something I tend to play long term. So I usually it's just but this
the game
maybe my mind can change about this one.
Yeah, the game can be beat. Yes, it can be played infinitely, but there is a definitive end that you can actually like beat the game. So that's very interesting. They talked about it in an interview. That was literally the director who said it. So kind of interesting. But yeah, I just wanted to bring that up because that was like news today that I thought might become a fourth topic, but I just didn't think we had enough people interested in Pokopia to really talk about it. But I just wanted to bring it up that like, hey guys, those previews, if you guys look, Pokopia is not my kind of game, but I always thought for the cozy gamer, I thought if they played it, they'd like it. I know a lot of people thought it was just like this cash grab, but we knew back when it was announced, we found out very quickly it was the Dragon Quest Builders team making it. And I'm like, I don't know, man, that team's never made a bad game.
I did like the demo of Dragon Quest Builders.
There you go. So yeah, it's so there you go. If you're excited for Pokopia, you've all the reason to be more excited. If you were on the fence, those previews today probably should have convinced you to maybe get off that fence because it's wild. I've never seen a game preview where there's just like nothing negative said. Like even when you read the previews, like there's just nothing. No one has any criticism. It's fucking wild.
Yeah,
I've never seen a game preview not have any criticism at all. Like even the headlines are surprising. Some of the headlines are even wild too. It's like, so I play Pokopia and surprisingly it's fucking great. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? Like people went into this expecting it to suck. And they're like, nope, it's actually really fucking good. It's like, oh, Jesus Christ. Dude, kind of funny games did like a whole hour show on it today. And they're like, dude, this game is fucking crazy. It's wild. The tutorial's not overbearing like Pokemon game tutorials can be. And it's just the gameplay loop is fucking addicting. It reminds me of this game and that game and this game. And somehow they
I don't know, man. Like I'm starting to think about like, for example, like I really like Stardew Valley, you know, like I don't know, like maybe I could get into this because I was initially interested with the potential lore implications, but then when I found out it was a Pokemon farming simulator, I tuned it out.
You just like tuned it out. And Justin Fretwell's like, it's Pokemon. What do you expect? It's Pokemon. I expect it to be underwhelming. But
Pokemon spinoffs can be pretty good.
New Pokemon Snap was fantastic, made by Bandai Namco. So
Pokemon Tournament,
Tournament. Yeah, so like there are
Mystery Dungeon has
a nice spinoffs that are made by non-Game Freak development teams that are actually pretty fucking good, and this appears to be the next in line. So we'll see, though. Obviously, when the reviews come out, like,
just want to say, Game Freak Pokemon games aren't bad; they're always good. Should they be great? Hey man, look at all the reviews. Is there any Pokemon game that's in the 60s on Metacritic from Game Freak?
I actually don't know. Let me look. There might be. Like mainline, obviously we're talking about.
Maybe, but like 70s and 80s are typically what they get. And those are good to great. Now, you know.
The Hidden Treasure DLC is a 65.
That's DLC. It's DLC.
Pokemon Scarlet and Violet they're not quite, they're 71.
So they're still good.
They're hanging on.
They're hanging on. Brilliant Diamond was a 73. Oh, I'm trying to see. Hold on. There's been so many fucking releases. The DLC, dude. Even Pokemon Sword and Shield DLC is a 69. Okay, I'm trying to find a mainline though. I
try not to twitch my
there are some spin-offs in the 60s. There's some mystery dungeon games in the 60s. Detective Pikachu, 53.
That's not a mainline.
Yeah, I'm trying to find mainline ones that are low. Like Pokemon Legends Z, Mega Dimension DLC is rated low, but that's DLC.
Again, DLC.
I'm trying to. I won't, dude. There's so many fucking Pokemon games that are coming.
I know, but I'm just saying the mainline games they're always at least kind of, at worst, they're kind of good. At worst.
Oh my god, Mewtwo Strikes Back movie was a 35. Jesus Christ.
I watched it. I don't remember it being.
I actually enjoyed that movie. I never agree with movie reviews. Movie reviews never tell me if I'm gonna like a movie or not. I can usually tell by watching trailers for movies. That's usually all I need. Yeah, even Pokemon the movie. Dude, Pokemon the movie 2000 to 28. Get the fuck out of here.
By the Pokemon Heart Gold.
Pokemon Heart Gold. Now I want to watch some old Pokemon.
Dude, this came out 2010.
Not that bad.
No,
87 on Metacritic. Pokemon Heart Gold. I miss those days where we got high 80s.
Back when everyone was high 80s. They had a long stretch of high 80s.
Pokemon Sun and Moon. What was that?
I actually am a Sun and Moon enjoyer.
87.
Yeah, there was a stretch of like mid to high 80s for a bit, and then you kind of get to the Switch eras when things started to downtrend.
Pokemon Let's Go.
80. Obviously, we know about Scarlet and Violet being low. Let's Go. I don't know what Let's Go got.
80.
Yeah. But Switch is where it started the downtrend from being the mid to high 80s and things.
You know what I think it is? And I think we were noticing this with Switch 2 as well. Is there's a higher expectation with more powerful hardware.
Sure.
So the moment Pokemon goes to HD, an HD capable console in the Switch, review score, like the expectations are higher now. And they did try to raise the ante, but it wasn't enough. And so the critical acclaim has dropped. And now on Switch 2, people are making the argument that Nintendo doesn't put out many good games. I don't agree. I think Metroid Prime 4 is an aberration, to be honest. But Age of Imprisonment, that's in line with the Warriors game. Legends EA is in line with the more recent Pokemon games. Kirby Air Riders, I mean, it's a spin-off series. Like none of these are shocking.
We're waiting for like the big games. We haven't had really a big one since Bonanza.
Yeah, I think if Metroid Prime 4 had reviewed as a Metroid Prime game should, then the conversation, like that's really the only thing that's kind of like, all right. Let's get to the Q&A section, guys. First off, I see some love in here for Andres Restart. Thank you guys so much for supporting his channel as well. Here we got Demonic Brawler coming in with a gifted member. Thank you for the membership.
That was awesome. True Dude comes in and says, when do you think the next Paper Mario and Mario Party is?
Very good question. I bet you Paper Mario comes out next year.
Think so?
That's
yeah.
just
like a new one or a remake of an older one.
New Paper Mario game next year.
Haven't had a new one since what, Origami King?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was 2020.
Yeah. Feels right.
We got 1000 Year Door in 2024, a remake. So
feels right next year. Mario Party is the one that's interesting. We had Jamboree last. Oh wait, no. God damn, it was the year before.
No,
and then we had
but they had the TV last year.
Yeah, then we had the DLC last year.
I say we wait a little bit for Mario Party.
They usually do a couple Mario Parties a gen.
Yeah, so Super Mario Party was 2018. Mario Party Superstars was 2021. Jamboree was 2024, but they've extended life.
You could argue 2027. We could get both. Technically,
2027 would be, I would say, a little early, but plausible. 2027, 28.
Plausible. 2028
maybe
for
like
sure.
holiday.
Yeah,
I think 2028 for Mario Party for sure, but possibly next year, especially if they're trying to squeeze 2 in a gen.
Yeah, we're just not sure how they're. I mean, with 8-year gens, there's gonna be more.
And I will say the Jamboree DLC was pretty fucking bad. There's no way the whole team was working on that. It's pretty fucking terrible. That feels like a side project by some interns. I'm telling you, it's fucking terrible. It's the worst DLC Nintendo's maybe ever made. It is that fucking bad.
Yeah, right. Talking about it now, it feels like it's too soon, but in 2027, it'll be like I'll probably I'll feel differently because it'll be a year later.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We get some love to Gamebird. Thank you so much, Andrew Brightwell. That early love to Gamebird. ThunderStash was gifted 5. Sure, he appreciated it. He's on the phone with his internet provider right now because he checked his internet provider app, and to fix the problem, it literally said you need to call in right now. I don't know what that means. I don't know if
that's getting hacked.
The mountain he lived on fell apart. I have no idea. Figured he'd know if there's a landslide because his house wouldn't be there anymore. But He also gifted me 5 members, so thank you so much, Demonic Brawler. Appreciate the support as always. You're going to see him quite a bit because he's a big supporter of the show. This one says, Ninja Prime, hey Nate, listen to Andres Restart. Look,
That was about Mario.
no one's ever been more thankful than Andres Restart retired from being a permanent co-host of the NintenByte Podcast before the podcast started to take off than me, because it would have been a double pile on of him and Stash. And I basically would be forced to just shut up every episode because I'm wrong about everything. And I was always wrong to Andres in the past. And now I'm wrong to Stash. And Gamebird just enjoys the fireworks. So I'm just wrong all the time, guys. If Andres, let me correct this. If Andres and Stash disagree with me, then I'm wrong. If they agree with me, then I'm right. And I'm just saying this based on history. Because Andres Restart and ThunderStash are very good at predicting future things and connecting dots. I'm not. Now, I will note, when it comes to those two, I have children. So I have dad brain. That's my excuse.
Hey, I got a lot of dad jokes.
It's a fair excuse.
Yeah, so does ThunderStash. She's got a ton of dad jokes too.
Yeah.
You should have saw it. After you left the show, he started getting more and more. I mean, you saw him tonight, just not giving a fuck, dropping F-bombs and saying
yeah.
He started opening up more after you left the show.
Sure.
I felt like I think he felt like he needed to step up and stop being so timid. And the dad jokes started flowing. The making fun of Nate started happening. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm glad Andres didn't stick around for this. And now Andres is back and watching it happen in real time. But guy, by the way, Andres Restart did say he's going to start coming on more often. So we'll see how often that really is, but not an official co-host or anything. He's just coming on because he enjoys it and he probably misses it a little bit. And hopefully his life's in a better place. Let's get to Demonic Brawler. I'll say this much. Nintendo better give us more than just a Game & Watch for this anniversary. I swear.
Yes, please.
I swear if that's what they announced in the new Game & Watch, I'm going to be like, get the fuck out of here. 40th anniversary. It's another Game & Watch. Get the fuck out. I'm just going to not. At that point, I will never speculate on a Zelda anniversary again. They'll be back to back. I can't do it anymore, guys. Maybe the 50th, maybe 10 years from now, I get crazy in the brain and think they might do something.
I'll be shocked if they don't do something big for this anniversary.
Agreed.
Nintendo would be losing a lot of money. They would be hurting the Zelda brand, and they would be kind of shooting themselves in the foot when it comes to
bare minimum, guys. They could release a 40th anniversary Lego set.
They already announced one.
Yeah, they are.
I know, but they're not saying 40th. I'm like one that's actually with a 40th anniversary logo on the set.
Hyrule Castle and it's $1,000.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. They might. Do people would buy that?
You first try to speak that into existence. You're already saving. I know you. You're saving the money already. And I wish I could afford that because I would want the shit out of that too.
Game buying freeze. Like people get, are you guys in Mario Tennis? Dude, I'm not buying any games. I'm on a game buying freeze. So
I'm broke.
Well, that's part of the reason I'm on a game buying freeze. But the reason that I'm not spending money, it's not that I can't literally buy the game, guys. I could buy Mario Tennis Fever tomorrow. It's not that I can't literally buy it. It's not a smart idea for me to be spending money on.
I mean,
things
that's
right
the thing. I mean, for me too. Right now, I'm budgeting. I got a lot of things going on
the
behind
budget,
the scenes.
And I've talked about this before on my live stream, just so people know on the podcast. The reason I'm on a game buying freeze isn't because I don't want to play the games. I've requested copies from Nintendo. If they send it to me, awesome. If they don't, whatever. The reason I'm on a game buying freeze, guys, is because my son was in the hospital back in December and the medical bills are here. So I literally can't afford to be buying anything fun. It is what it is. Lucky that I can afford cans of soda. I probably should cut this out of my budget. Anyways, let's see here. Let's throw TARDIS out here. Here's hoping a general next week. We should know in a few days if Nate hears something, given how he is a week before one happens. I want to note he's not always a week before. Sometimes he's the week of that he says.
Yeah.
And it will be interesting if he doesn't say anything at all because he doesn't hear anything and then it happens anyways. And that doesn't, by the way, that doesn't discredit Nate. It just means that he doesn't have a source that's willing to tell him about it. and that's okay.
Yeah.
He could know no third party games that are going to be in it. As an example, I think a lot of the sources are third party. None of the ones he knows might have a game in it. That's one way. And if he has sources at Nintendo, maybe they're being watched a little tighter right now, so they're mum. And then Nash's sources are from Nintendo in a different country or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
I'm not expecting a direct next week personally. I'm not saying I know it's not. I don't know.
No.
But it's just one of those things where it's an extraordinary claim.
Yeah.
I need extraordinary evidence.
And I will just say this. I mean, obviously, Date the Hate Guys would be, for me, extraordinary evidence if he says it's happening, because he's pretty accurate when he says that. That said, guys, I said, even if there's no direct next week, I'm giving Nash through March, because he said he has sources in March as well.
Yeah.
So he has till the end of March.
Same.
That said, he is the one saying, my reliable sources are saying next week. So it's like, okay, so your unreliable sources are saying March. Well, this is a pretty big reliability test right now.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big test, because you're the only one, you're the only insider saying next week.
Today on Twitter, it kind of felt like there is a little bit of oh, hold on, maybe I got ahead of myself. You were in that thread.
Yeah, but that thread didn't come across to me like that. That came across with it. People were misquoting him. And I honestly think the misquotes weren't his fault. It's because everyone in English that doesn't speak Spanish, all of it came from Attack the Backlog, and the way Attack the Backlog summarized it made it sound like he said something that he didn't say.
So, and you know, what's interesting about that, it's one of the reasons why I haven't done like a Spanish podcast, right? Because while I do understand Spanish, I can speak the language. It's the little details with how a word is used, when it's said, the tense of it, that can have wildly different implications. So like, for example, when I do like report on something I hear in Spanish, I listen to it multiple times. I double check, right? But if paying attention to a live stream, like,
yeah,
there some things can be lost. And I mean, from the sounds of it, even Attack the Backlog, who does these podcasts, like maybe that's, to your point, what was lost even when he translated. He does these all the time.
That's why I had him talk, and he went to clarify everything with Nash privately, and that's why what he gave me, those are what he actually said. That thing we read off earlier. Like there was this thing where people thought the 3D Mario person said next week or said March, and the 3D Mario didn't say anything about when the direct is happening, and that was lost in translation because Attack the Backlog inferred that in what he said on one of his podcasting. It's in the I went back and watched the clip of my video. I was like, oh no, Attack the Backlog did infer that's what happened, or did imply that's what happened.
Maybe that's the thing is these things happen in English.
Yes,
like it's very easy for.
So and I think, you know, by the way, he was celebrating his birthday today. Happy birthday, Attack the Backlog.
Really, man.
I just wanted to note that, you know, I could tell that he felt a little bad, that he's like, oh no, I might have messed up a little bit. And I get it. He's doing live translations. He's doing live English and Spanish translations back and forth for the Q&A. It's tough. That does not mean he's not fluent in both. It just means when you're doing it live on the spot in front of an audience, and it you know, these live streams for him have been 250 plus viewers, so the really big live streams for a small channel like him. Yeah, it's you know, there's a lot of pressure, and you know, he might have messed up some of the translations or what Nash was saying, because he was trying to talk while Nash was talking. So again, today we got the clarification. Nash doesn't seem like he's really changed anything. He's literally said his most reliable sources are still saying next week. His Mario source never gave it a timing for the direct, just that it's going to be in the next direct general. And then he still has at least one source saying March. And that's it. There's a monolith soft, something going to be in the direct as well. But that's it. That's the basic summary of it all. And that's the gist of the reporting that was happening. There was just some other implied things from that Attack the Backlog said that apparently Nash never said. So Nash today, I think, was just clarifying with people that were pinging him and asking him for more info. And he's like, I didn't say that. I don't know why you're saying that. So a little lost in translation, I think, but the basic details are there. And he literally said today, no, my most reliable sources are still saying next week. So okay, we'll see what happens. And he himself said he bets on next week. But it is what it is. We'll see. Because after all, he still has sources in March, so I'm giving him every benefit of the doubt. Then we get to the end of March, and then It happens.
I do believe something is coming relatively soon. I believe that confidently. I'm just not ready to be like, yeah, next week.
Yeah. And Attack the Backlog has even said he doesn't know when anything's happening, but he did hear there is something else besides the partners soon. But that's it. He doesn't know what it is. It literally could be a Nintendo Today release date drop for Yoshi. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a direct. So Attack the Backlog has been very clear. He doesn't actually know when a direct is happening. He's not been told anything. Except for one thing happening later this year, which I assume is about a game that's either announced or not announced.
I wouldn't be surprised that if Attack the Backlog says anything, it's pretty close to when Nate the Hate says something.
Sure. AJ Rack says, getting my racket ready for midnight tonight. Hell yeah. Enjoy tennis, man. Sounds like, especially if you're playing it for the multiplayer, you don't care about single player. Sounds like it's possibly the best multiplayer one.
I thought they were talking about real life. I was like, oh yeah, I like playing pickleball in real life. It's fun.
Pickleball is fun.
Yeah,
it gets so intense, but it's
getting more into it. Yeah, like lately,
even
I'm
when
trying
you
to work on
it, guys. For some reason, I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm competitive. So when I don't play it enough, but when I do play, I'm like, okay, yeah, you're gonna kick my ass. And then,
hey, if we go to PAX West, we should have a pickleball day.
And then I point, and I'm like, oh, I did used to play tennis back in the day. Just give me a moment. I'm warming up. I just need some warm ups, dude. I'm gonna fucking take you. I'm not going to. I'm too out of shape. But for a moment, I'm gonna feel like I can take you when I get that point. I'm gonna be like, hold on.
Nate, I want to play pickleball with you as my partner, and I want to just like destroy everyone. Yeah,
especially if they don't play pickleball. What the audience really wants to see is you and ThunderStash do one-on-one in basketball.
I saw that.
That would be entertaining.
Play it still.
I feel like
very competitive.
I feel like basketball is better in teams than 1v1, but
yeah, but and you're both competitive. And I think it's one of those things that, okay, let the 1v1 happen, play to whatever you want to play to. And then, hey, I'm willing to do 2v2s. Yeah. Eric likes to play. I like to play. You know, if the
1v1 might, I'm afraid a 1v1 might get too physical.
It'd be nice if we could go 3v3. Would be fun.
Yeah.
I mean,
you see this right here,
but yeah.
That's a recent. This is a recent injury. My beard wasn't always this like shallow here. This got cracked open like last month.
But I will say, guys, if the one-on-one ever happens, I will try to record it. But I will say, if it gets to a point that I'm like, dude, this is dangerous levels of physical, me and Gamebird are going to walk in and call it and pull it apart and be like, no, we're done. Okay, we're not.
What's funny is that what you think is too physical, I'll probably be like, it's fine. What are you talking about? We're good.
Fine. Your fucking cheekbone's broken, but it's fine. I got to get them back. I'm like, no, you need to stop. You two are too competitive. It's fine to be competitive. And not basketball is a physical game, guys. So like, it happens. It can get really physical, but you know, there's some finesse with it too, and. So there's like a little give and take between physicality and finesse with basketball. So very curious. And I don't know their play styles. I've never.
How tall is Stash?
I'd say he's probably around your height. You guys are about the same height. Okay. Yeah, because I bet you both in person. Yeah, you guys are around the same height.
Okay.
So you guys are around the same height. He's obviously older, but he's just as in shape. And he literally plays basketball all the time. It's part of his workout.
Nice.
Yeah. So
he might be better than me.
He might be.
Maybe.
He's very competitive.
We'll
but
see.
you can be.
That's why we need the game. We need to know.
I know you're probably pretty decent at it based on the stuff you've told me. But I've never actually seen either one of you play, so I can't.
Relative. My team won the first game.
Like me. I can shoot the shit out of the ball, but I'm out of shape, so I'm gonna suck at everything else right now. But once my surgery's done,
I hope for PAX West we have enough. We can actually like make it like a little vacation, right? And we can just have days where we just like hang out.
Yeah. We talked about trying to, if we can all afford it, trying to do it this time. Or we have our days, but then maybe we come early or maybe we stay later. And so we can have a couple of like relaxing days where we already have content done, planned ahead of time. That's taken care of. Stash is the one that's kind of weird because he's always constantly playing games all the time for his reviews, but that's okay. He'll take a day or two.
Bro, he can play at the airport. It's like a good few hours.
He's talked about how he'll take a day or two and just hang out. So, and the wives had a good time together as well. So even like when they bring their wives, and if Yulia comes with, they all have fun too. So They like hanging out. They all like each other. That's the nice thing is I didn't know they'd all like each other, but they all do. So, and hopefully this year Ricky doesn't get sick because Gamer's wife got sick on this trip. But I think if we hang out beforehand, before we're around all the people, because that's where you get sick, is being at PAX, right? Like because you're around so many people.
Yeah.
But if we hang out ahead of time and it's just us, it'll be fun. We talked about other things like I don't know. Anyways, we'll worry about that later this year. I know I actually got at some point here. Got to think about booking while I can get it for cheaper. But
yeah, I mean, I've talked about going to PAX East again. I mean, I even mentioned to Alyssa like a year ago I wanted to go to PAX East.
Yeah.
It didn't make any sense.
About PAX,
that's why I never said anything to you. I'm like, hey, are we still going? Because I was like, it's not really worth it. Wow.
Creators at PAX East. So like just for like social interactions, PAX East is kind of nice because I know more content creators there. But it's whatever. I'll just have to.
I'm
get
like
to know
6
more
hours from Boston versus
I get to know more of them
all the way across the other country for the other one.
Yeah, West. I met Josie Woe. I met at West. So she was there, and then Favlam was there. Favlam goes to both. And Favlam's a little crazy. Okay, he parties till like 4 a.m. and then shows up to the floor at opening.
Oh my god!
To be clear, he's younger. He's significantly younger. He's in the prime of his party days, so I get it. But I'm like, dude, I kept thinking, was I that way? Sure as fuck, dude. Yeah, I
was never that way. I was never that way.
I'm just like, I need sleep.
I mean, I can stay up late, but I'm gonna go to sleep.
What the drinking? Like he drinks super heavy, and I'm like, dude, so do I. I can't party like that till 4 a.m. anymore. Like, if you're gonna get that out of me, it's gonna be like one time a year, and that's it. And I won't touch anything for like the next 2 fucking weeks because, Jesus fucking Christ, I'm gonna need that time to recover.
I will say, I've had some Pokemon tournaments. Like back in college, we would like go to like different Pokemon tournaments, like in different parts of the country, and like we would go as a group. So like, we would compete during the day, eat out, and then have fun at night. And so there it wasn't like 8-hour sleep nights. So but
okay.
Even then.
So Demonic Brawler does the classic, bring back NFL Blitz, NBA Jam, NHL hits. I was hoping the stash be back by now, but obviously, I don't know, might just be out for the night. Let's see here. You also did and Pokemon GameCube games at NSO. Talking to Pokemon fan. Yeah. I mean, we're getting them on NSO. So I expect one of them, at least one of those 2 games, and it sounds like it might be Gales of Darkness to come out on the 27th as a quote unquote shadow drop. There's already rumors about it. That one of those 2 are coming out that have been announced. Maybe both, but I at least one of them. I think they're gonna try to make a pretty big deal out of it because of the 30th anniversary. They did a Super Bowl commercial for the 30th anniversary. That lets you know they're trying to make a pretty big deal out of this. So, which by the way, especially with Gen 10 there, it's just another reason to make a big deal out of it. Winged Man says it took me a little over 2 years to 100% Breath of the Wild. Now I have 60 Korok seeds left in Tears of the Kingdom.
Wow.
And that is why people don't want to 100% those games again.
Yeah.
Because the Korok,
you're looking at like 200 to 300 hours versus 20 to 30 hours in the old games.
Yeah, it's a bit 100% these games because the Korok seeds. That's it. If you decide I don't care about the Korok seeds, yeah, actually they're not that bad to do everything else. But,
yeah.
Those Korok seeds.
I like 100%ing the Mario platformers, but there's always a secret level that you're unlocking at the end. And
yeah, that's fair.
I will say this: I'm a little disappointed. So, in Breath of the Wild, the reward for getting all the Korok seeds was the golden poop, right? And I'm like, okay, Nintendo trolled us. And that's when we got the confirmation the seeds were actually pieces of shit. Okay, fine. I get it. This is a funny little joke. You trolled everyone with all these Korok seeds. People are forcing their way through it because they think there's going to be some cool cosmetic or some cool fucking shit. And it's just a piece of shit. Then they do it in Tears of the Kingdom. And they're like, okay, yeah, maybe finally they're going to put something rewarding. No, you're still fucking piece of shit. I'm like, what the fuck are we doing?
It's the same reward, right?
Yeah. Well,
so dumb.
So I don't know if this is true, but I heard that the reason they did that was because it was more about the journey than about the reward. but I don't know how true that is.
More okay.
And also,
no one enjoys the journey of collecting like 900 plus Korok seeds. No one enjoys this. That journey wasn't fun. The joy, no, you need to have a reward at the end when the journey isn't fun.
I think the tricky part though
fair.
is that if you put a really cool reward for that, that's going to encourage people to do something that is not fun and is collecting every Korok seed.
And until you know what that reward is, people are going to assume that. Now, I'm going to tell you this: if there's something like Korok seeds in the next game, everyone's going to assume the reward is bullshit. Then someone's going to do it and find out it's actually something fucking cool, and the internet's going to blow up and wonder why the fuck they didn't do this for the last 2 games.
It's too ridiculous of a thing
to ask.
It's not like 3D Mario where you have to collect like the flag or something and the star for every level. It's not that level. Like this is several levels harder because the map is massive.
Yeah.
And some of these things you have to look over every nook and cranny, and it's
every
not
rock.
Like it becomes extremely tedious.
Yeah, and like at first you're like, oh, you get some rewards and you upgrade your stuff. Okay, that makes sense. And then you're done with it, and then there's still like another like 300 fucking seeds to go, and you're like, what the fuck? This is.
I think because the map is so big, they did that so that you didn't have to find them all in order to get the reward. So you have variation there.
But why have a reward at all?
I'd prefer it if they just maybe made it a lot easier to find them as you got further.
I'll say this.
So you can have a good reward at the end.
I'll say this. I'm not a huge fan of achievements, but even an achievement at the end would be nice.
A Korok
theme. Like, I get that the achievement is, when you go in live stream, you can open up your inventory and everyone can see the golden shit you can't do anything with. But I'm sorry, that only works for people live streaming. People IRL, no one gets to see that you did this, but you. See, at least with an achievement system, people could look at my profile. My friends on my profile list can see, they 100% in that game.
You know what would be cool and stupid at the same time? So let's say when you get all the seeds, you do get the poop. That's all it is. But the poop is an accessory to your house.
And someone got a good point. Hey, where's the Hetsu armor set? Why can't we fight with maracas? Something cool.
Oh, that would have been
cool. Yeah,
reward. That would have been a sick reward, and they didn't do it in either game. And it's like, this is bullshit. All right. Anyways, Demonic Brawler says, would turning the Triforce upside down be M-rated? No.
Is that a reference to something that's like dark?
Yeah, but no, they wouldn't be considered that. I sort of listen. I'm almost afraid to end this stream because of what I'm going to be witnessing. Having Hope 5. Crazy. I've been a member for 3 years. Oh, can we see Ruby? That was the one asking to see Ruby. Unless she's asleep.
I did show her earlier, but I'll show her again.
I think she's in your chat, Nate, now. And
Ruby,
Andre.
Right there.
Is she in my chat right now?
Oh, I'll get her. She's going to be angry. Hey, Ruby, look at me. Hi.
If she doesn't want to come, it's okay.
That's good. Come on, babe. Come on. It's showtime.
Well, okay. Sorry. I got to get after my chat. Is there something? I got to see what's going on in my chat. Hold on. People are asking for the hammer, so I got to see what the hell's going on.
Careful.
What's the hammer for?
The real question is why trolls are so obsessed with Nintendo fans. Oh, okay. That's not the person then.
Who's your sweetheart?
Oh, I see. I see why people are saying the hammer. It's a good old regular person.
I'll put you back.
Okay.
I see.
Ruby. Free Retro Hat.
Thank you.
So somebody said Nate the Laura Croft move mouse pad. I know what that mouse pad is.
Oh my god.
I haven't seen it in real life, to be clear. I thought at one of these conventions, because they have a lot of really cool gaming merch at these conventions. I always thought I might see it at one of the gaming conventions.
You can see her in the horizontal.
There you go. Well, here, we'll horizontal it up. There she is.
Yeah.
No
butthole.
No, but okay, yeah, we're all right. All right, moving on. No butthole stream. Demonic Brawler. I'll be real with y'all. Well, here's the funny thing. when my dog comes on stream, you're gonna see balls and dick. It is what it is. What do you want me to do? He's a male dog.
She's a lady.
What the fuck?
She's a lady.
What am I supposed to tell him to do? Retract? Suck it in? Like, it is what it is. You're gonna see it. I just hope you don't see it in a certain way. And if that's the case, I kick him the fuck out. Anyways, Demonic Brawler. I'll be real with y'all. I don't think Nintendo would announce a new 3D Mario game the same week of the 40th anniversary. I'm just saying. I'm going to disagree. And by the way, I don't know that the directors, they're not going to even acknowledge the 40th anniversary next week.
Yeah.
Never acknowledged
Unfortunately.
it. I'm going to
They
tell
might
you
announce the game, but they won't. Yeah.
No, Nintendo, if you go back and look at every single Zelda anniversary, they've never acknowledged it in February, ever. People even get mad about it that they don't even put a tweet out. They don't even acknowledge Zelda in February. Some people think it's ridiculous, but you got to remember, every time they're still celebrating Mario. So they're not going to overshadow Mario. And then Pokemon's always doing its thing with its anniversaries. So like they just wait. They just always wait till summer or September. It just is what it is. And most of the time it's summer or June at the June Direct. Most of the time it's that, but there was one time they didn't do anything until September. So, and sometimes it's not exciting. Like the Zelda Game & Watch that I think I still have one somewhere in my back room. Look. AJ Rax says 5 Nights at Mushroom Kingdom rated M for mature. Crossover we never knew we needed. Demonic Brawler. Galaxy 3 makes no sense. Why go backwards? Well, none of us actually think Galaxy 3 is going to happen. I know there's a huge chunk of fan base that wants it, and I know you guys have seen it like in my thumbnails. That was just like guesstimating, but it wasn't even my idea to put Galaxy. That was my thumbnail artist. I'm like, hey, we're talking about 3D Mario Direct stuff. Do something cool with the thumbnail. Galaxy 3. I'm like, okay, well, I can definitely tell my thumbnail artist wants Galaxy 3. But no, realistically, I don't think any of us think Galaxy 3 is going to be a thing. The closest would be Andres Restart's idea, but they wouldn't call that Galaxy. That's something else entirely.
Yeah.
So, Winter Man, how about a completely open world like Bowser's Fury? Yeah, we talked about that.
Yep.
Yeah. Could happen. Sure. We don't know.
Open space.
At least open zone. It's going to be open zones at least, like Odyssey.
At least. Yeah.
At least that, yeah. Boo Mini, just being a member for 4 months. And then Demonic Brawler, Grand Theft Yoshi. So you see a lot of Demonic Brawler.
Actually, I like that idea a little bit, Grand Theft Yoshi, because I'm just kind of thinking about like if they do kind of go like open world space and you're riding on Yoshi and Yoshi can kind of interact with like villagers and like grab toads and fling them and stuff like Koroks. Like, I don't know. That would be pretty fun. There'd be a lot of fun videos online about it. So
Yoshi egging places.
So,
yeah.
Gave ThunderStash a membership. Then gave Andres Restart a membership as well.
Thank you, Boo Mini. Thank you.
Bait and Switch TV. Love this content. I responded to you earlier in the chat. I'm glad you love the content. The podcast is the favorite thing I'm part of every single week. I like this content more than my own videos. So, but no, I can't commit to doing a podcast every single day like this because I would die. Let me put it this way. If I could do a podcast that's like 4 or 5 hours every day and there were at different times and different stuff, like I can't do one on Nintendo every day. But let's say I did this on Wednesdays. On Thursdays, it was like an NBA podcast. And then on Fridays, it's an NFL podcast. On Mondays, it's a tech podcast. And I was able to just do that for a living and make really good money. I'm all in. But that's just
crazy, man. I mean, you live stream almost every day.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
It's not that different. The only difference is you're talking to people.
Yeah, the difference is what the stream is. I'm not really putting on a show. I'm just doing fan interactions.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's a little bit. It's more lax.
I prefer podcasts. Reality is I can't make a living doing it. It is what it is.
Isn't it kind of crazy though that we talk about Nintendo every day?
Every fucking day. I never thought that this would be like my life. No, wrong, guys. I talked about Nintendo a lot before I did YouTube, but it wasn't like an obsession every day thing. It was just when I felt like it, when I was around certain people, I'd talk about Nintendo.
I mean, I think I've always been obsessed, actually.
Well, I've always been like, I made fan websites. So I've always been like talking Nintendo and even with my friends. But like, I will admit, like, hey, when, outside of doing some posts at Zelda Informer, I didn't talk about Nintendo with people IRL outside of like people I knew that played Nintendo. We'd rather talk sports and other stuff that people were into. Nintendo was saved exclusively for like talking with Eric or like people like that. So it's not that I wasn't thinking about it. It's just, you know, you don't talk about things you're interested in with people that aren't interested in it.
Yeah, I would. I tend to try and spread the good word of Nintendo to people. I used to before I was a creator because I needed an outlet.
You have your holy ambassador spreading the good word. Remember, people think I'm a fanboy. We have the ambassador doing it for absolutely nothing, just for the love of the game, spreading the good word. Mario and Zelda. Have you played the latest Pokemon? It's better than you think it is.
Yeah. Now that I am a creator that talks about it, though, like, I mean, also I'm probably older, more mature, so like I just don't feel the need to like.
I think it gets your fix in.
Yeah,
that's what it does for me. The podcast and the videos I make, I don't really talk about Nintendo outside of my YouTube channel anymore. I don't have to. I feel satisfied by the time I'm done with my workday.
I do correct people though. Like when I play Smash with my friends, and we like when we play Smash, we come up with random rules, and it's like, oh, pick these. You have to pick characters that are from a certain thing, right? And sometimes they're like, oh, like Lucario's not a dog, and like actually Lucario's this, or like, you know. So there's always like these little things. I'm like, well, actually this, right? But otherwise, I tend to just keep quiet unless I'm asked.
All right, we got Free Metroid Hat saying we need Andres versus ThunderStash basketball match vlog. As I said, if we're together and we're hanging out days before PAX West begins, we'll probably have a day where we go to the gym, and you know, if it happens, it happens. But you know, Gamebird and I will kind of decide when we need to maybe break it up because they're both really into it. And
I think it'll be fine, to be honest.
I think it'll be fine. There's never any intent. You know how you play with some people where you could just tell they're assholes and they're going to be assholes and they're going to fucking hurt you to win. I don't view either of you as like, I'm going to hurt you to win, but I do view both of you as you fuck with me, I'm fucking you back.
Yes.
Yes. You both,
yes.
You both are that.
Yes.
You both are like going in with the intent to hurt
So like,
people. Or if someone does something to you.
So like the last game I played, which we did win, I had an open layup. And the guy literally, we had refs, like the guy ran across the court and tackled me to the floor.
Midair. Yeah.
Like
extremely dangerous.
I anticipated it because I could see him running with aggression, right? And I literally was thrown to he crashed. It was a football play, right? They called a foul. I did make my free throws, which was nice.
It's an obvious foul. Yeah.
But like, I was very mad after that. I was like, what the hell? Why did you throw him out the game for this?
Yeah.
This was egregious.
You would be ejected.
It was flagrant. It was extremely flagrant.
And probably someone running off the bench to punch him in the face would also get ejected.
So I got a lot more physical.
Yeah, if you guys know anything about serious hooping, you know like that's like a no play. You could actually like paralyze someone doing that kind of bullshit.
Now, in fairness, this is a refereed game in like a hardwood court, right? Like to do that on at the park where it's like concrete. I'm sorry, I'm calling the cops on you, but
yeah, that's assault.
Yeah, but at a hardwood court where you're going to slide,
hardwood
and it's more
a little
flexible.
spring. There's a little flex, a little spring.
You still shouldn't do it. You still could end someone's life that way, but
it's extremely dangerous. Like this, and this happened to a lesser degree. Like us Bucks fans, when we watched Chris Paul shove Giannis midair on his dunk, we're like, the fuck, dude. Like, if he hits that wrong angle on that fucking shove, break his back. Like, what the fuck are we doing? It's not a basketball play. And so it's one of those things. Like, if you hoop, you know that like that is something you just don't do. Guys midair, you do not fucking do that shit. You can jump up to try to block. You can even get a little bit of body on that. That's fine. That's normal. You don't push or tackle midair. You could literally potentially kill someone doing it. Is that dangerous?
Or break something at least.
Or break something. I break something that obviously on a lighter side. Obviously, I mean nothing get broken, just your sore, whatever. But it's still like it's people that tell you basketball is not physical. They just don't play. They're not real hoopers. They don't know. They have no idea. No, they have no fucking clue. It's extremely physical. Okay. Tomato Ball says if it doesn't happen next week, then I can see haters already working on videos about how there wasn't a direct. Oh, we already know that. That's a given.
Yeah.
Not next week. Nash is going to get hate on already. Those of us though that know that he didn't put all his eggs in that basket are going to wait till the end of March. And even then, if it doesn't happen, guys, and 3D Mario doesn't come out this year, it's not like I'm going to be like making a dedicated video saying fuck Nash Weedle. I'm just going to stop covering him. That's it. It's just going to be just like I've done with other people that I stopped covering. I'm just going to stop covering them and not talk about it. There is nothing to say. I already said publicly that I would stop. So
you notice how on social media, like if you're on Instagram, on Twitter, there are a lot of accounts that cover rumors, and they're like, "Oh, new rumor, new leak," and they never tell you the source.
Oh my god!
And I'm like, what the hell? Like, what is this?
Dude, people make videos and they'll even say that, and then they'll never say who said it, and they won't show it, and they won't link it. And I'm like, well, you're just making it up. Oh wait, no, I know exactly what you're talking about because I actually know who said it. The fuck you?
I mean, I just hate it when people do that because what happens though is that is the norm. Unfortunately, that you just have a lot of, I guess, creators out there that don't care for truth or anything like that, or being intelligent about it, and so the masses see that, and so they get trained to treat all creators that way. And so when we take the time to do the research, share the sources, and try to tell people what's going on,
context. We give the context.
We get brutally attacked as if we don't do any of that.
Yeah, we get treated the same. And I get that there's. By the way, guys, I also get that there's a lot of people that just headline surf and don't actually watch the videos. I get it. Yeah, that's on them though. That's on them. Yeah. I've always told people, I don't care what headlines you see. I don't care how clickbait you think my headlines are. If you watch the fucking videos, you'll never be misinformed. Period. It's pretty simple. Free Metro app. I need the stash for Hunter's basketball match. Yep. Lots of people want to see it happen. Guys, I guarantee we'll probably try to set something up if we're actually there days early or days late. Because also I want to play it's like some 2v2 or 3v3 if we can somehow pull that off.
I don't want to do that, man.
I'm not going to do 1v1s, guys, because I'm not going to be in shape enough to be doing it at that point. I will have had surgery and I will be towards the end of my recovery.
Well,
so I won't
really like August or September or something.
Yeah. But I have 9 months of recovery after my surgery. So I'm just, it is what it is. I'll be able to play. It's just, I'm not going to be able to, I don't want to say get physical. I'm not gonna be able to get as physical and like risk people like, kind of like swinging their elbows and like hitting me in the gut really hard. I'm like, we're gonna, I'm not gonna play like I normally would, where I might get up on someone and not to be a dick, just trying to actually play good defense.
Don't worry, I'll pass it to you and I'll let you just rain threes.
But dude, yeah, I used to be a pretty fucking good shooter. I've told stories about how my cousin who went on to play basketball in college, his friends were laughing at me and Eric at his graduation party because they're like twice as tall as us and like they go to D1 colleges and shit to play basketball. And I'm chubby and out of shape and haven't really hooped in a long time. And we played 2v2 and we did lose, but we lost because I missed the game-winning shot, and we were so fucking gassed. They got the rebound and then just did a layup to win. But that whole fucking game was nothing but me just raining shit down on them. And then they finally started taking it serious because, like, dude, he doesn't miss. So they started playing real defense on me. So then Eric and I, we have some chemistry because we used to hoop together. We're like, dude, just set up the screen. I'm going to jab, step, spin, fade away over his fucking ass, and he's going to just be jaw dropped that this old man, fat, has game.
Bro, I want to play with you so bad.
Dude, I love it because people underestimate, but I don't. Obviously, once I get the surgery, I'm going to be thinner. It won't be as easy to underestimate. Outside of the
you might be more nimble.
Outside of the fact that I'm short, and people always oh, you're short. Yeah, short people can hoop. That's not. If you guys play hoop, short people can have game. That's not the thing. But yeah, my ball handling skills aren't as good as they once were. I'm hoping that once I get more nimble, that'll, I'll be able to get some of that back. And then, I used to be a really sick point guard. Dude, I love playing 5-5. I just create shots for everyone all the time. And then if you would leave me, and then if other people are being late, dude, what I hate the most is in pickup games, some people just stand around.
Yeah.
Fuck you. I ain't going to pass you the fucking ball. You stand there. I'm just going to fucking do my shit and score. Well, you don't ever pass. Move. Fucking move. You don't even have to screen for me. Screen for each other. Cut. Do something. I'm not going to do all the work and then let you take the shot. Fuck you. Like, it's dumb. And then I give them the ball and they just give it right back to me. I'm like, oh, do something. I hate that shit. And I get like there's intentional times where you want guys in the corners, and that's different. When you're driving, so you can drive and kick. That's different. That's intentional. But all right, let's keep her moving here. We're almost done. Jorge says, like Stash, I go based off what Nintendo has done when announcing most of their big games. Since Switch 1 launched, they'll announce almost most of them when they're ready to do so under their terms. I mean, yeah, that's the way Nintendo's always been.
Yeah.
Even when they decide to announce Zelda years early, that's their decision. They wanted to do it. Sometimes it wasn't intentionally years early. Sometimes it is. Milestone. I don't know what milestone we hit, but thank you so much.
Alyssa with the 500 subs.
Yeah.
500 subs?
Yeah. You showed it.
Oh, that's what it was. Oh my god. I thought it was like when I hear subs, I keep thinking of like the memberships, but I keep forgetting because on Twitch they're called subs and on YouTube they're called memberships. So I was like, somebody gifted her 500 fucking paid subs. What the fuck? Holy shit, that is breaking news.
Well,
You actually heard 500 subscribers on YouTube. This is what happens with different platforms use different terms. It is. Figure I should know better. I'm a YouTuber, but we're on Twitch right now.
Next time I'll say subscribers.
There you go. That I would have known then. But that's what subs means.
Context. Anyway.
My biggest prediction for tomorrow State of Play is Last of Us reimagined, remastered, remake, redone yet again. Dude, I think Nate the Hate made a joke about that today in one of his replies. That by the way, he's not saying anything that's going to be in the show, but he's like, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Last of Us, the remake of the remake of the remake.
It'll be great.
Like,
Can't wait.
I mean, it's going to happen someday. I just Jawa gifted ThunderStash 5 memberships. I'm sure he appreciates it. Link to man. What about Pokemon All Stars as a physical release, like with red, blue, yellow, gold, silver, crystal, ruby, sapphire, emerald, fire red, leaf green? Feels like a pipe dream to have that many games in there, but maybe.
Just give me crystal.
I mean, it would sell just on the basis of it being games they haven't really re-released, but
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be expensive. I don't Game Freak, but they fucking charge $100 for that.
I was just thinking that. I'm like, yeah, but it'll be 100.
80.
That many games.
80. You think they'll just stop at the Mario Kart World top level, go 80 for something like that? Like, it's Game Freak though. Here's the thing: if GTA 6, if it comes out after GTA 6 and that's 100, they might be like, well, look how many games you get. $100. You get your money. Anyways, but people, guys, I know a lot of people find Nintendo to be greedy, and that's fine. All these for-profit companies are. Pokemon hits a whole new level. I can't understand it. You go to buy a little plush that's like this big, but it's $40. What the fuck is going on?
Yeah,
that thing costs like 10 cents to make. But that's just the way it goes with Pokemon. When you're the biggest media brand in the world, that's what it is. Skiller Babcock super chatting just to say it's pronounced Skylar. Oh, your name, Skylar Babcock. I'm totally never gonna remember that.
Skylar Babcock.
I'm gonna forget next time. Fisherman Mike did a member chat saying whenever the direct may be, we hope it's a memorable one we will never forget, unlike the time Prime forgot the ending of Ocarina of Time. Never gonna every fucking time. Trey Dean, whatever. Yeah. Next time I'll just have maybe next time I'll have each person read it, so I don't have to read every fucking one. So I butcher everyone's username. Someone else can do it. If 3D Mario isn't even mentioned this year, I fear the Nintendo fanbase will start entering Half-Life 3 levels of manic, especially Nintendo Land. Yeah, Nintendo Land might not be having a good time if 3D Mario doesn't come this year.
Well, I mean, if 3D Mario doesn't come out this year, it better be because something else really good comes out this year.
Like I said, guys, if Ocarina of Time remake somehow is this year, and Luigi's Mansion 4, and Pokemon Gen 10, and let's just throw in Shit, dude. What?
Everything already announced. Honestly, I think that'd be fine.
Yeah, that's already really good right there. But let's say that that's not enough for you guys. Okay, well, something fucking nuts like Smash Bros. Oh yeah, it's over. That's almost better than a 3D Mario being announced when you combine all that together. But again, we'll see. We're hoping.
Yeah.
And this last one I said, just in case Stash came back, because they really were $20 to say Stash coming hot on the Ocarina of Time remake. You really wanted him to have a hot take on it, but he's not here, so I'll let him know this. I think he saw the super chat earlier. I'll let him know, so maybe he could kick off the next show and just have like a super hot take on it. Like maybe he's gonna think it sucks, or maybe he thinks it's gonna be outsell Breath of the Wild or some shit.
Those are very hot takes.
Very hot takes.
So hot that I don't think they exist.
I don't think he has a take.
Well, here's a hot take. Light Temple is going to be a whole new dungeon in the remake.
Ooh, there we go. Feels like it should have been there to begin with.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
It felt like it should have been there. All right. Well, that's gonna do it. Obviously, guys, the show is down half its people. It is what it is. Go check out ThunderStash's channel. Go check out Gamebird's channel. Obviously, what he's dealing with. Check out the Podcast Clips channel. Oh my God, look at this. I'm the last remaining of the hosts. And then, we didn't lose any of our guests. You're the only two. So Andres Restart, what do you got going on? Where can they find you?
Andres Restart.
YouTube.
I make videos about Nintendo almost every day.
A lot of them speculative, but based sometimes on current ongoing rumors or news. Yeah.
I feel pretty good about my predictions. I distinctly remember when did we talk? I don't remember. Did we talk about this on the phone? I don't know if I said it publicly, but I think I was like talking to you about how, like, hey, remember how I made that video right before the September Direct about how there's probably going to be an expansion to Donkey Kong Bonanza. There will be DK Isle, and then people were like, "Nah, bro, you're crazy. That doesn't make any sense." And then literally, that's exactly what they announced.
It's funny.
Yeah.
No. Yeah,
I'm laughing. I'm laughing like
no,
crazy.
we did talk about that. No, I'm reading this thing in the chat. Nintendo Ninja Prime Beyond said Ninty Prime wasn't Scottie Pippen short. Dude, he's like 6'8".
I think you might be thinking about Charles Barkley. Charles Barkley was
shorter than you think he is.
Yeah,
you
I mean, he's a big guy, but not for NBA standards in terms of height.
Yeah. When people think about Charles Barkley, they think that he was like this really tall. No, he actually. What was his exact height? Actually,
I want to say 6'5", but I'm gonna double check right now.
Yeah, people think he was like center height, and he wasn't.
No, but he
he's
played
really good.
He was 6'6".
Yeah, but people remember him as being like this big center guy. I'm like, he was strong and bulky, but he was not tall by NBA standards.
Not for being in the front court.
Yeah, because he was a front court player, but he was actually kind of short for a front court player.
Yeah.
But he was really fucking good. No one's denying that. Obviously.
Really, really strong.
Yeah, he used that strength pretty well. There's other questions in the chat, but we'll skip all of that. All right, guys. Thank you guys so much for being here. We got Sky Sword Alyssa as well to sign out. So you got anything coming up you want to let them know?
Yeah. So I stream games here on YouTube Tuesdays and Thursdays, but today actually marks 2 years of me streaming. So 2 years and 500 subscribers all in one day. So that's pretty awesome.
Okay, let's go.
You'll hit 1,000 before you know it.
So I have two different celebrations then. I have one for the 2 years on Friday night, probably around like 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. I'm doing a 12-hour live stream. I'm crazy, I know. But it's gonna be like mostly poll based. Like I'll have like a couple games and then the chat will decide like what we're gonna play next and just see how it goes. To celebrate the 500 subscribers though, I'll be doing an entire playthrough of Majora's Mask in one stream. I'm not gonna blitz through it, but I don't think I'm gonna get all the masks either. I also do have a Q&A post on my channel, like the community post tab. To also celebrate part of like the 2 years of streaming. So if anybody wants to leave any questions, you can ask whatever you want. I just ask, don't get too personal, but you can ask me anything else, like what's your favorite color, anything like that. Like that's not too
extremely
personal.
personal.
That's too personal. Yeah, you can't. Nobody can know. Nobody can know that.
All right,
that's what I do.
You guys know what I do? News videos, rumor videos, all that stuff every day. and then we usually have our Q&A stream, usually 4 or 5 times a week, and then we have the podcast, and then I take Saturdays off. So if you're looking for content on Saturdays, I usually don't put anything up on Saturdays now. Used to do 7 days a week with videos, but mental health reasons, I needed to actually give myself an actual day to be a dad, do what I need to do, actually spend time with my fiance. So, because gotta put in a lot of work to support the family, but gotta also make sure I give myself time for other things. That said, you guys can check me out here. You can check me out on X as well. Those are the 2 places I'm most active. I do have technically a TikTok that hit 500 subscribers. So we are probably going to eventually be streaming the podcast over there as well, because apparently podcasts do really well on TikTok. I'm just still trying to sort that out with the program we use in StreamYard, because they don't have TikTok integration, but you can manually integrate it. So I'm still sorting that out, because I'm really new to TikTok live streaming. And then, we have our Clips channel. You guys should go check out the podcast Clips channel. Eric manages that channel. He does all the edits, all the clips. He makes all the thumbnails. Yes, I know he needs to get better at making thumbnails. He's trying. He's back to the very beginning, like I was at one point. Andres Restart was there, but the thumbnails were kind of shit when we don't know what we're doing. You get better over time. So, I'm encouraging. He's using the thumbnail, the template from this show now, so it does help him a little bit, but he's getting better. He's working on it. And then you can check out the podcast anywhere podcasts are heard. Audio version always goes up now the next day after the live version on YouTube. If you are listening to the audio version and you want to somehow get it sooner, or you want to see things we talk about in the audio version that clearly have a visual reference in the video version, go check it out. You can check out the video version, literally the full thing. If you like it in short form, like if you like it in like a vertical format, the Clips channel will have the full episode over there. Or if you like it in the horizontal format, you can check out the Nintendo Prime, ThunderStash, or GameBird. For this particular episode, you can also check out Andres Restart. Some of our guests will sometimes stream it as well. But you could basically just type in the episode name from the audio version. Just literally type that into Google, and you'll see all the different options for how you can watch it. We're not one of those shows where we funnel everyone to one stream, because we believe in this being a community thing. So we don't really care about trying to funnel everything to one person. We want everyone to benefit as much as they can. It was really awesome to see Andres Restart streaming tonight and making a little bit of money off of it. That's what we want to see. We want to see our guests get supported. So thank you guys. Scott sort of listen. If you ever want to stream it sometime, go for it. Have fun. Your audience will get all your in jokes, I'm sure. And who knows? Also, you might find out that the audience thinks I'm an asshole. It happens. I don't know. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll catch you. Well, I say we. I'm the only one that is going to be here next week. I'll catch you same time next week. It feels so weird to have none of my co-hosts. This is the first time this has ever happened.
You're amongst friends.
I am amongst friends, though. Bye, everyone.